Welcome to round 8 of the Biel Grandmaster tournament. Joe Gallagher and myself, Daniel King, will be taking you through the games as usual. And we have a fascinating tournament situation where no less than 4 players share the lead with 4.5 points. Hou Yifan, Etienne Beko, Pentala Hare Krishna and Nico Georgiadis. Then 2 players just behind them, Alexander Morovich and Ruslan Ponomariov. So any of those 6 players could still win the tournament. Joe, who's your favourite to win at the moment? A difficult call.
Well, I'm not sure there's a favourite. I think there's only 2 games left, and it's so tight. I think we got. Well, obviously, the Swiss hopes will be resting on Nico, who's white against Leko today. He's in with a chance. Hare Krishna, very. I mean, they're all. Morovich also even has a chance. He's playing the back marker, Noel Studer, so he could catch up with the group. Anything can happen. All to play for.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I'm thinking that Hou Yifan has a decent chance actually, because she is playing against Vaganian today. You know, he's not having such a great tournament. And then in the final game, she plays against Nico Georgiadis. Okay, he's having a great tournament, but he could crash. You never know.
Well, I don't think there's any evidence of him crashing yet. I mean, you know, I don't think we can still think of him as one of the weaker players in the tournament, at least not in this tournament. But yeah, today she's playing with the black pieces, I think, against Vaganian.
Yeah.
So that's not so easy either. On paper, she's perhaps got the easiest run in, but these things often work out differently. We've been trying to predict results all the way through the tournament and not doing a great job.
This is very true. And indeed, speaking of not predicting very well, when we went off air last night, we were confidently predicting that Rafael Vaganian would hold the draw against Peter Leko. And of course, as soon as we went off air, his position, Vaganian's position, collapsed, and Peter Leko won that. So, Joe, roughly what happened? Just remind everyone online what happened in that game.
Well, Leko played very interestingly in the opening. He played his plan with Rook F B1, and he got B4 in, and he achieved a big space advantage on the queen side. It was a little bit shaky, but everything was under control. He had 2 bishops. He just slowly, he could have probably, he had some moves around move 20 to 25, which would have given him a decisive advantage, but he was a little bit indecisive, and the game continued, and eventually Vaganian sort of got back into it. And he was about level when we went off air, but he had to play accurately. Leko still had 2 bishops, and he managed to trade one of the bishops and get a strong pawn on E5, which restricted the knight, and he invaded with his rook and got at Vaganian's pawns and eventually won. It was, he wasn't too happy with the game, Peter, afterwards. He had a quick chat with us after we went off air because he messed up. But, you know, he got there in the end. Persistence. It's just tough to defend, being slightly worse. I mean, for like 5 hours, I mean, it's quite hard just to defend accurately the whole time. Eventually, we often crack under these circumstances.
Yeah, Vaganian was, as you say, under severe pressure. But it's funny, Leko, afterwards, he apologised to us, which I thought was quite funny. He said, "I am very sorry," something like that. He said he apologised for us for you know, such a long game, and that he felt he should have sort of put it away earlier. And it's interesting that he sort of feels the pressure of, you know, everyone's saying, well, he draws too much. He said, I just didn't want to draw this game. You know, I had to keep going. He said, you know, I'd rather lose this game. You know,
yeah.
He was prepared to do something very, very risky.
Well, he draws a lot of games, but I think he just plays chess according to his character. He doesn't play for a draw. He just plays chess, and it's the way he is. He doesn't like to take big risks. He likes stable positions. But he plays long games. He does, you know. I think he's quite. We see today he's actually played a knight off, so he's quite ambitious.
Yeah.
He still wants to get a plus score in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, plays according to his character, and I think that's absolutely right. And we shouldn't forget, he was within 1 game of winning the World Championship playing in his own style.
Yeah, he was 7-6 up against Kramnik and had to draw the final game in 2004, 2003?
2004.
Okay, in Switzerland, in Brissago. And he failed. I mean, it's quite tough, but yeah, so he was really one of the top players in the world.
But seems like age is catching up with him. He's married. He's sort of kind of settling down. He doesn't play quite as much as he used to, because he doesn't get the invitations to closed tournaments. There aren't so many closed tournaments, and he finds that open tournaments don't fit his style. But anyway, I was very glad that he won yesterday, actually, because he is a class player.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, it's good to see him. I think he would have been distraught if he hadn't won yesterday. Yeah.
Okay, let's go to the game. So first of all, Etienne Beko against David Navara. So Beko lost yesterday against Hou Yifan. That was a bit of a surprise, but I think Yifan is showing that she's a bit of a class player now.
Oh, she is, yeah. I mean, she definitely belongs in this company, no doubt about it. And she can beat anyone on her day. She's got good preparation, and she can play sometimes aggressively, sometimes positionally, sometimes a little bit passively, we heard earlier from one of the other contestants. But on her day, I mean, and those days are becoming more and more frequent, she's a danger to anybody.
Definitely. And yesterday, she played very aggressively. I
think quite often she has done in the past.
Yeah. No, I thought it was very interesting the way she handled the game against Beko, because she didn't back down at all. I was thinking that things could go sort of quite badly wrong in that middle game when she gave up her light squared bishop, if White doesn't play accurately. But she kept hammering on, didn't want to trade queens, kept hammering on the king side, and eventually, her courage was rewarded, actually.
Yeah. Well, I remember we thought that there was a critical moment when Baccarat played queen d3, and we thought queen d2 was better, which would have exchanged queens, because she would have played queen e2, which was probably the best move. I'm not sure if black is quite equal, but I think that was maybe a key moment.
Yeah. But excellent game from her. Anyway, Beko is back in action, and he has the white pieces against David Navara, and we've got something very, very sharp on the board. Let's go from the top. Joe, it's a Najdorf.
Yep, another Najdorf.
We're happy.
We are.
H3.
H3, well, this has become one of the more popular moves against the Najdorf. I mean, when we were younger, or even not so young, this move was quite unusual. I mean, I think Fischer played it a few times, but, it wasn't one of the main lines against the Najdorf. I think in my book it would have just been in the chapter with other 6 moves. I don't think it would have merited a whole chapter on its own, but nowadays this has changed and it's become a popular variation.
Why? Why is it so popular?
I think it's not because of the move's own merits, it's just not so easy for White to get an advantage in all the heavily explored avenues of a Najdorf, so they're looking for new paths, and but I don't think the move has any great merits, and we'll see from this game. I think they're in a Keresh attack where White is just a tempo less than what they would have done. So, it's quite, H3? Well, okay. Can't say it puts the fear of God into me when I see them play H3 on move 6.
When my opponents have played H3, I just kind of go, oh, great. Yeah. I'm not going to get blown away very quickly, which is sometimes the case. But there are so many moves against this. E6, E5, knight C6, G6.
Nothing wrong with G6. I mean, going into a decent... I mean, basically, the fact that H3 is so popular is a testament to the quality of the Najdorf, I would say.
That's a good spin on it. Yeah, it's a bit different.
I mean, Najdorf is probably the most popular line, apart from 1E5 that everyone's playing these days. It's considered a high-class opening, really.
I like to call it the Rolls-Royce.
The Rolls-Royce, okay,
of
very
Sicilian openings.
Okay, yeah, we did well to learn it as kids, so it put us in good stead for our tower.
It did. So here we go, E6.
E6, so this is basically transposed into a Scheveningen.
But it's funny, isn't it? So it's a Scheveningen, it's a Keres attack where if you can imagine, white suddenly puts the brakes on with h3.
I mean, who would ever play h3 after? Well, they have done, I know, but g4. I mean, the idea of g4 is to play g5, and I think we'll see from the way.
Let me just. Here would be a Kera's attack. This is g4, and a6 is a completely legitimate move.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And h3. Would you ever play that? No.
No. White would play g5 and h4.
Yeah, exactly. So, knight fd7. So, preempting any stuff with g5. g5 happened. With this funny lame move here.
Interesting a3. I think in these positions sometimes white needs to maintain the knight on c3 to keep control, defending the e-pawn and maybe stopping some breaks with d5. It looks like a waste of time, but the knight, you know, just got no real good squares to go to, doesn't want to have to go around to e2, g3, so a3 is quite common in this particular setup. So as we saw, white's just gone h3 and h4 like 2 moves later. This is, interesting, Often in the old days, probably queen d2 and maybe castles, but it's like he's trying to force black. He's hitting g7. Is he going to force black to castle?
Black's castled. This is on the board. That's the position on the board. So rook b8 happened, and well, if you remember the game against Morovich yesterday, Morovich against Ponomariov, where Morovich played g4 against the pawn on h6 and tried to crack open the g file, and it's similar kind of thing going on here. Black, of course, wants to get in b4 to open up the b line.
Maybe I'll just have a quick look at the database. I'm sure this position has probably already been reached, so we can
sure it has, yeah. Well, possible plans for white. Of course, keeping going is interesting. Got to watch out for the g pawn, although this is on prise at the moment. No, but I don't think we want to allow that really. So f4 is possible with two ideas. One would be simply to roll on with f5, and also after f4 you could play h5 as well, keeping going there. Maybe just playing h6 just to get a positional advantage. So f4 is the move that springs to mind. Now, question is, can black counter by playing e5? And if pawn takes, well, that's actually quite a nice choice. Knight takes puts the knight on a very nice square. I'm even wondering if I can play pawn takes here, which opens up the bishop, so if when the queen goes back, then I can play b4. I've got to watch out for bishop h3, of course, but, well, I'm going to just keep going.
This looks good for black, doesn't it? Looks dangerous anyway for one. Not sure good, but black's quite fast now.
Yeah, this is on as well. So after f4, e5, perhaps we have to come back.
Queen d2 looks a better move to keep. You don't want to.
But then I can play b4.
Well, then we can take on b4.
Are you going to play knight d5?
I might do.
Let's have a look. Oh, e4's on.
Well, if knight d5, you just want to play rook takes e4.
Well, I was hoping.
And then we're going to have to go knight takes e7, maybe.
Well, there's also bishop g2.
Bishop g2 at once. And now if you go bishop takes d5.
Ah, good move. Yeah, so this is hanging. So f4 looks like it gets hit by e5. So maybe that's not the best. Well, I've just seen what Beko has played. He's just played h5. So I was looking at f4, but yeah, e5 looks like a good response. h5, well, he might want to just push on again, but I was just thinking this could be taken, and I wasn't too worried about queen takes d6. So what's the big deal here? If takes, then we take with check. Although the d6 pawn is still a bit vulnerable. Could do this.
It's probably queen e5, maybe. Or you think he just takes on d6 then? Queen c5.
Yeah, I don't know which one. Let's say queen c5. Queen takes or rook take, queen takes.
Well, I suppose black will be very happy to exchange queens in such positions.
Isn't black just fine here?
This looks good for black, yeah. But this position after h5 has been reached quite a few times.
Oh, really?
So this is nothing new.
Okay, so what happens after? I mean, has bishop g5 been played?
Bishop g5's only been played once.
Really? What do they do? Do they just play rook g1 and get on with it?
Well, there was a game, it just went h6.
Oh, wow. Yes, attempting to keep the g-file closed, probably inadvisable here.
Yes.
Taking my strategy too far. h6. Well, that's true. That presents a few problems.
So,
what about... Okay, let's take here and see what happens.
yeah, pawn takes, keeping the threat of mate and the threat on d6.
Yeah, it's a little bit...
a little bit, because the problem is for black, for h takes g7 is going to happen, his king's going to be exposed and he's probably just going to be lost, or close to it. It was played in a game between Eggleston and Grosspetter, Hungarian Grandmaster, a couple of years ago, but nobody else has taken the pawn.
Yeah, probably wisely. So e5 just takes.
And then we attack the bishop and we get to open the king up next move. So
I haven't got a good move to sort of consolidate here.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a bit awkward. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I can see we've got moves. Well, David very quickly has played e5, queen d2, and now the g-pawn is protected. I need a moment to take this position in. It's very sharp. Well, I could go back to playing b4. What do you think?
I think that's what I was thinking before.
So takes here, and now knight d5. Well, as a bailout, I've got bishop takes knight, although I'd rather not do that. Rook takes instead. And
so knight takes e7 and
queen d6.
Queen d6 is possible. Takes rook takes e3, rook takes c6. And this could be very good for white, maybe, or has he got rook e1 check?
I was just looking at rook f3 actually.
Oh, yeah, but I was just thinking white might take on a6 and
just
some g6 move as well can be awkward because it's actually still got mating chances in the endgame. Maybe just g6.
G6, yeah.
I think white's doing quite well here. I think his pawns are stronger and his pieces are more active.
Okay, got to watch
Knight
out.
b8 maybe.
Knight b8.
Maybe white doesn't have to take on a6.
Let's have a
Perhaps some
look.
quick g6. A little bit nervous, I would be, I think, with black in this position.
Okay, let's try and make a virtue of it. If I take...
Okay, well, might as well take back.
Yeah. Okay, now mate threatened, check, and rook takes pawn. Not good.
I like this position now because we can take on a6 and not worry about knight b8, as we'll have a check with the bishop on c4.
Okay, I'm going to battle on.
Also, you could be getting checkmated here. Bishop c4, check, and rook takes f6.
Oh, rook f6!
And you still, even the ending is not enough to save you.
Beautiful.
You did that on purpose, didn't you? You fell for that on purpose.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sure.
absolutely. Yeah. Okay, I better play h6 then.
Oh, so just bishop takes a6. and the black king is very weak in this ending. I mean, the kings need to be activated in the ending, so the bishop is the stronger minor piece, and the king is... I mean, we could go bishop c4 check, or maybe rook c7. So if the knight moves, we've got bishop check and rook check. Oh no, if the knight goes to f6, it stops her. No, we still got it. We still got it. Knight f6, bishop c4 check, rook takes h6 check, and g7 check.
Knight mate.
And knight checkmate. No, it's not. Mate.
Not yet. It is now.
Oh, beautiful variation.
Ta-da! Fantastic.
So the attack goes on.
Beautiful.
What's the position on the board? Has he played queen d2, e5, queen d2 on move 16, yeah?
Ladies and gentlemen, that has absolutely nothing to do with the position, but we're having fun.
No, it actually... I'm going to check the database, because I think b4 has been played a couple of times. I haven't seen the details of it yet, but...
Oh, wow. He's played f5. After 4 minutes thought, I have a funny feeling that David knows what he's doing here.
Just to update slightly, instead of f5,
yes,
the position after b4, a takes b4, rook takes b4, knight d5 had been reached in 2 games, and black played rook a4 in both games and lost both games.
Really?
So that's... I don't know if you want more moves, but that's what happened.
Okay.
Okay, so he's actually played f5, which has been played twice as well.
I was actually thinking that black could possibly just hack this off if he wants to be... I mean, I know... positionally, of course, 2 bishops, but still got to look at this one. Bishop takes g5.
I think the problem with bishop g5 is quite weak on the d line. Queen takes d6, attacks the rook, and the knight is pinned. There's bishop h3 coming if the bishop's,
Yeah, I was hoping there was some...
There's many things going on here. I think I would assess this as close to lost for black.
I was hoping there was some kind of tactical trick here, but no. Nothing. Okay. Very interesting. So instead F5. Now, sorry, Joe, has this been played before?
It has been played twice.
Okay, bye.
I'll have a look.
Do have a look. It's always good, because if it's by a couple of 1500s, we should be very cautious. But if it's by some decent players...
One game was between an 1800 and a 2000, and the other game was between... Andreev, a 2500 player, and an Indian Grandmaster, Sandipan.
Okay, Sandipan knows what he's doing.
Okay, so you're happy. You want to...
I'm happy.
Okay.
What happened? How did the game go?
Okay, the Andreev Sandipan game. He played f3. It's quite interesting because he has a choice to take on f6. He takes f5 is an optimistic rook sacrifice.
Yeah.
Quite like it for white, but we're not going to go there.
No.
So...
But you could do this.
He takes f6, I suppose. Yeah.
I think the thing is, of course, the g file is open.
Yeah.
But getting rid of that pawn means that black can defend more easily with rook f7 and... Well, this knight comes back to its best square, basically. Yeah,
it's a standard way for black to defend against his attacks, to play f5 or f6 at some moment. And, okay, black's position's not that great, but he's got b4 coming.
Yeah.
I mean, white's held up b4 earlier, but when it's going to come, will have more effect often because of the pawn on a3.
Also, there is there is b4, but we could also tee up with a5 and b4. I mean, positionally, feels quite nice. So, yeah, white has to be careful. So,
f3 is quite interesting.
You say the game went f3.
Yeah, but that's basically sacrificing the pawn. Well, not really, because he can't take on g5 because d6 will drop.
I'm looking at knight d5. Let's try that.
He's played f3.
Sorry, f3. Black to move.
Yeah.
That'd be
the game. The game that we have went f4, bishop f2, knight b6. I don't know if these are the best moves or anywhere near it, but that's how that particular game.
So what do we do about this? Do we push on?
And white played g6.
Yeah.
And black played h6. That's one of the points of f5 is that black will be able to keep the king side closed, and although the black king can be very bad in an endgame, or there might be sacrifices. It still takes quite a long time for white to develop any attack, and meanwhile black are probably looking at his own attack on the queen side.
Yeah. Very tricky position still. You know, I'm looking at there are moves like bishop h3.
Yeah, that's sort of an obvious move, isn't it?
Got to watch this one though.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, this is positionally a
Well,
bit
it's
funny.
also a way that's quite often played, isn't it, in these positions? You want to go knight d5 after.
Exactly, knight d5.
And just try and play against the black king being quite weak. Maybe white would be looking to exchange pieces.
So something like this, and then, well, I'm wondering about pawn takes to try and sort of anchor a bishop in there. Don't know, I'm not sure about
I don't really like pawn takes. It might allow black to play e4, just sacrifice a pawn, activate his own bishop, and also give a passed f pawn. Prefer queen takes. And
I've got to watch this now. This is
yeah, you'll probably meet b4 with a4 to keep the queen side closed. Well, you know, the white bishop looks like a better piece for the moment, although the black bishop would need. It looks slightly better for white, doesn't it? This position. Would you agree?
I'm not sure actually. I'm not sure because
it's quite hard to.
I just wonder whether we can start to do things on the queen side, and I think it's just really double-edged. Well, there's also
yeah,
of course,
I don't like
there's
the move
that
bishop
check.
h3.
Bishop h3,
I
not
prefer to play a
king
move
b1.
like king b1.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But now, can I play? I've got to watch queen e6, of course. Well, what happens if I play rook here?
Quite like to play a move like rook h2, just to defend c2 and maybe come to d line. Maybe white will have a strong exchange sacrifice on d6 at some later point. Could be an idea.
Yeah, this queen sort of lurking around.
Queen's just going to hang around on the white squares, e6, f7. Plan is always to meet, well, you're going to get b4 in, but I can usually meet it with a4. If you play... we're quite far from the game.
We're a very long way from sanity.
Maybe we need to...
Yeah, f5. But it's an important choice, f3.
Yeah. Well, you can take on f6, just is also a reasonable move. I mean, it's...
Yeah, it's funny. I feel as though black finds his feet after that one.
Yeah, no, he's quite... Yeah,
I really like the knight on f6.
I agree, but it's still double-edged, isn't it, of course?
d5 is covered.
Yeah, but there's an open g file, and, black gets a lot of trumps as well, but white's, the bishop coming to h3. White will be very happy to exchange white squared bishops. Then you'll be left with the better minor pieces. But, yeah, well, interesting decision he has to make here. I mean, he's probably made it at home already.
Probably.
But he's thinking here, is he?
Well, I've seen he's just taken on f6.
He's just taken on f6, yeah.
I'm surprised, I have to say. Well, clearly he's not so happy with these kind of positions. Maybe he just feels it's a little bit too closed. I mean, knight b6 is obviously not the only move as well. Oh yeah, I wonder...
Yeah, just a quick b4 as the main.
Yeah.
Maybe a5 is a good move immediately.
Well, yeah, I was wondering about this. That could be a bit problematic. Oh, but then g5 is on prise. Oh, we have to play g6 first, of course. Here, and...
I suppose we have to play h6.
Could try b4.
You could do, yeah.
Even this.
Who knows?
Yeah, a little bit worried about bishop c4 though. At some moment. Well, I think that's way too dangerous actually. Because I've got probably h6 straight away.
Oh dear.
Yeah. That's what we want, isn't it? Those pawns. Yes. Not that one. In any case, he's played gf6, knight f6. Now what? f3? We need to protect this.
Does he need to? I mean, he could play with bishop h3 as possible. Maybe f3, but he might not want to waste a move if he can get away with it.
Okay, I'll take. Let's find out.
Yeah, probably does have to protect the pawn. Knight takes, bishop takes. I'm just wondering if we can develop an attack somehow.
Well, it's a bit of comp, isn't it?
It's comp, but
yeah,
maybe he still prefers to play f3. I mean, it's comp.
Yeah, it is. But let's.
f3 looks more logical, of course.
Looks more back row-ish to me.
Yeah, and if b4, then or a5, there's for two moves. b4 maybe.
But I think that's why I wasn't so keen on allowing this for white, because we start to.
Well, maybe white's going to play knight d5.
True.
Maybe that's just his plan.
And just to play on the g file. Okay, well, if I take and come back.
Now rook g1 looks.
And then b4. Okay, let's play b4.
It's
no, sorry, it's white's move, of course.
Yeah. You like that? You can see which side of the knight off you prefer.
Yeah. b4 or bishop f6, I don't know. Bishop f6 looks a bit more chunky.
I mean, position looks reasonable for black.
It does. I mean, I'd be very happy with black, but as you say, we're
out of date.
We're out of date and we're a bit prejudiced. Okay. We should probably move on from this game, because we could spend the whole day analysing this position, and we're very interested, but we will, of course, return to it. Let's move on to Alexander Morovich against Noel Studer. So Studer at the bottom of the tournament table.
Yeah, he's had I think probably he's paying the price for playing so many long games and losing tough battles at the start of a tournament. I think he had 3 games, probably totaling about 250 moves in the first 3 rounds, and it's quite, gets to you.
Well, every single one of his games has been long. I mean, even yesterday, he went to, I don't know, they went into this rook against rook and bishop end game. Where
there's also been the exchange up 4 times in the tournament.
Yeah. Was it only 4? I thought it was 5.
Oh, was it 5? Oh, I don't know.
I don't know.
Anyway, I mean, it's been a bit of a struggle.
Very unbalanced positions, that basically we're saying. Very tough games.
Yeah, tough games. Here's another one today, by the look of things.
Let's go from the top. Morovich with white.
So he's played the Queen's Gambit, accepted.
And e4. Okay, we've got all kinds of stuff can go on here.
Are you an expert in this line?
Huge expert.
Okay, I thought you might be.
e5, of course, is one of the moves that's possible. Knight f6. Morovich probably knows something about this position. It sort of comes back into a kind of Chigorin.
Okay, all right, yeah.
Well, anyway, knight f6 is the approved move, of course. Who's taking up the time? Well, both players are spending quite a bit of time on these moves. We haven't had too many so far. a3, knight here.
I'll just check.
Okay, well, just temperamentally, which side would you rather be here?
I'd rather be white.
I'd rather be white. Tell me why you'd rather be white.
Well, because it's more familiar to me. You can get these similar, not quite this position, but it reminds me of the Caro-Kann advanced lines, and it's quite good attacking chances in these sort of positions.
Exactly.
So that's why I'd rather be white.
Yeah, I feel exactly the same way. When there's pawn on e5, you just kind of think, well, I've got a bit of space.
Yeah, and Morovich is obviously a wonderful attacking player. These sort of positions give potential to attack the king wherever they were black king. Well, the black king probably go on the king's side in the end, but it's also, this bishop on f5 can be a target for white pieces improving their positions and pawns advancing, perhaps to give more knight g3, bishop g6, h4 type things. Quite, I think the white position makes more sense to me.
We're very prejudiced, aren't we?
Yeah, he's just played queen d7, has he? Is he actually?
Is he really going to go queenside?
Castle queenside.
Ooh, that would be very risky.
Yeah, but it's probably a well-known position, so I'll just check it to see.
Please
if
do.
It's been played before.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned this bishop could turn into a target, but this bishop also could be a very strong piece. I mean, it should be outside the pawn chain. I quite like the bishop on f5. So there we go. We'll probably find there's 380 games played from this position. Okay, what would I do with black? Bishop e7 looks normal. And then white has a problem of what to do with his bishop on c1, actually. Okay, let's play this. And the bishop goes back. Now I'm teeing up with the f-pawn. Probably doesn't get this position. It could be awful if it doesn't go any further. If it gets stuck here, then it just creates holes in white's position.
I have a little bit of news.
A little bit of news. Joe, give me the news.
The position on move 8 after a3 for white. We've only had 3 games in this actual position. Each time the black player has been the same. I'm going to have problems pronouncing his name, but it's Fonomariov, Grandmaster, I think, from Soviet Union. I don't know which country he eventually ended up in.
Yeah.
I remember him from the old days.
Yeah.
Well, he's played this position 3 times, and he's played 3 different moves with black. One of them was queen d7.
Okay, well, let's go with that one. Tell me what happened, Joe.
He played that last year, actually, in a game against Lincic, so it's his latest effort. Queen d7, and white played knight c3.
Go on, that's the position
He
on
played
the
knight
board.
b6.
Yeah.
And the bishop dropped. Bishop dropped back to a2. Bishop e7. Bishop e3. Rook d8. So it's piling up on the... Maybe...
Yeah, but we're not worried about that, are we? I don't know.
No, well, I mean, he can't attack it again, and we're going to defend it with a rook as well. So, I mean, white has to overprotect the d4 point, according to Morovich, in these type of positions.
Nice.
So let's move on after that. White played f4.
Risky.
Yeah.
I think white's going to be playing very aggressively here with knight g3.
And then h6 happened.
Yeah.
And white played queen e1.
Then rook d1.
And now the game went bishop d3, rook d1, bishop c4, bishop takes c4.
Bishop c4, why can't you just drop back?
Yeah, that's what I would do. I'll just tell you how the game finished.
Okay.
Knight takes c4, draw agreed.
No.
This was played between a player called Lincic.
Yeah.
And who's 2400, so maybe it's not the strongest Lincic in the world. I think there's another one.
Okay, but even this, I just like white's space here, going for one of these moves.
Yeah, it was played in a Grandmaster tournament in Keshkemet. I think, having played there, in my experience, there's quite a lot of quick draws in that tournament.
Yeah.
So I don't know how serious this game is.
What are you saying happens in Keshkemet?
Well, I remember 1 or 2 people sort of, offering draws before the game, etc.
Really?
So, I mean, I've played in Keshkemet. It was interesting. But
a sleepy tournament in provincial Hungary. I like playing Keshkemet. It was a nice place.
It was a nice place, but strange things went on in their chess tournaments.
Is that right? I wouldn't know anything about that. I have happy memories, lots of happy memories of Keshkemet.
Well, I played a Grandmaster tournament there once in 1990. I was trying to get my final norm, and there were 3 Grandmasters, but they both basically dropped out of the tournament. One of them, after I played Grandmaster Biel in round 4, and after 4 moves he came back with a doctor and asked to adjourn the game. And of course the organiser says, yes, that's fine. So we adjourned for 7 days until the rest day.
And you had to seal the move
I
on
sealed
move
the
4?
move. I sealed move 5, and I went and checked the line in ECO. And it was already quite a strange position. The only player who'd ever played it with black was Biel, who also wrote the section in ECO. But during the next 7 days, I refuted it. So I came back and played my prep and won.
Excellent.
So that was Keshkemet anyway. And then the other Grandmaster, Barksai, I played him in round 7. It was a King's Gambit. I was doing quite well by move 12. He looked at his watch and resigned and left for tournament. So that's Keshkemet. So I'm always a little bit suspicious on Keshkemet games.
Okay.
Well, I had a fine tournament, I mean, myself, but there were strange things going on
I have
around
to
me.
say, I enjoyed the chess there, and it was all
Yeah, no, I enjoyed
very
it a
normal.
lot, yeah. I came back from Keshkemet, played in Lloyd's Bank a week later and became a Grandmaster. So
there
the
you go.
Keshkemet experience was good for me.
No, I had good Keshkemet experiences.
Yeah.
Good, interesting chess. Yeah, it was good. Nice place.
Yeah,
nice
yeah.
food.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, I'm not really slagging off Keshkemet, but
No, nice cheap Hungarian red wine. What's not to like? It was great. Okay.
I should be careful because I'm actually going back to Hungary next month.
Are you? Whereabouts?
I'm going to a place called Balaton Sarsul, which I imagine is by Lake Balaton.
By Lake Balaton, yeah. Nice,
So
also very pleasant.
The Mitropa Cup is...
You can go swimming.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm going to be the captain of the Swiss team who has Noel Studer on board 1, so
Okay.
I'm watching carefully.
Good. You're taking notes.
Yeah.
So Noel's got a big decision, really. Does he... Okay, come on, let's just go for it. What if I cast the queen side? I have a funny feeling sort of Morovich would kind of look at the position like this now.
Yeah.
How do we actually get on with the job? Not so simple.
Yeah, he's going to want to play, I suppose.
We want to get a rook to the c file very quickly, so let me try this one first.
Okay, I suppose we have to play bishop e7.
Right, hack it off.
Okay, and then we'll take back with one of our knights, c6, take c7.
Okay, rook to the c file. Here we go.
Okay.
Tuck the king away.
Yeah, king b8 looks like a good move.
Now, something like this. I'm just going to be very crude here.
I mean, I prefer white in these positions, unless black can attack. Maybe knight b6 is a good move.
Yeah, knight c5. Here we go. It's not subtle.
Choice, maybe queen to c6 or queen e8. I'm not sure. Queen c6, first try, I suppose. It's a bit dangerous on the c line. Maybe we have to go back to e8.
Does look a bit dangerous.
Yeah, I was wondering if there's any active play.
Black kind of lacks space here. You know, it's like one really beautiful square, and all the pieces are trying to go through d5.
It's got also two knights heading for the same square.
Yeah.
And the bishop on f5, as you said, it could be a good piece, but I think I prefer it back on c8 in these positions, defending my king. Yeah. I mean, it's often just offside. You know, it's just you can't get back in the game. It's just looking on an empty diagonal.
Well, okay, I've played in the kind of most
you've played in a very
crude way, but actually, why not? You know. Yeah,
bishop g5. Maybe there's other moves. I mean, can he move? Just move the rook, but we'll probably after 10 bishop g5 for white. So f6 doesn't work because we take it and take on d5. It looks awful.
You want to move? Yeah, but this looks great for white, isn't it? I mean, once I put the rook here, it's getting worse and worse.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose black has to exchange, doesn't he? Yeah. So takes, and you just want to play rook c1 and knight a4.
Maybe we should play queen takes.
Okay.
Try and keep a little bit of pressure.
So now we actually have a threat with black.
Do you?
Well, when taking on c3 and taking on e5.
Ah, I've got to be very careful. I don't know. Bishop b5, bishop a2.
b5 doesn't help that much, does it? Oh.
No, I suppose not.
We'll still play. Oh, it's a little bit awkward. We don't really want to play our queen to any of those squares on the back rank. Queen b3 allows knight a5, queen a4 allows knight b6. Maybe we can even take on d5 though.
I don't trust this for black at all. But I need to find a move. But I would just wonder, even if I play very simply and just do
bishop b5 maybe.
Yeah, but I think the knight wants to go back, so
yeah, but okay. We want to play bishop d3.
I'm going to play here, yeah. Play it very
you prefer
simply.
this position to the position with the knight on b8?
Yeah, because I just want to pile up on the c file.
Well, we can do that with a knight on b8 and play.
Yeah, but I think the knight's, better rerouting. Anyway, I think white's better.
Yeah, I think white's even better with a knight on b8.
Yeah. Well,
I think white's better in these positions. Yeah, this maybe just exchanging on d5. I'm not sure he's going to be in a rush to castle.
I think you should play bishop e7.
He should wait and see how things develop. I don't think he
but
wants to.
But what's Noel doing? He's only on move 9 and he's down to an hour. I think as team captain, you should have a word with him, Joe.
No, well, I mean, considering how slow I play, I'm not sure. That, but he's got more ambitions than me these days.
Yeah. Well, exactly. So you should speed up a bit.
Yeah. Well, maybe he's unfamiliar with this line. Maybe e4 was a surprise. These top players like Morovich, they play, many, many different variations. You might prepare for them for the 2 or 3 things that they normally play, and he plays something else, and you're not ready for it. And it's a sharp line. So it's quite a tricky position.
Well, it is, yeah.
It's not always.
But anyway, I think. Well, bishop e7 just looks normal.
Yeah.
I think he's just got to play it and see what happens. Okay, let's move on. Rafael Vaganian against Hou Yifan. Now, this is interesting. So, Vaganian having a rough time at the moment. We just discussing earlier his game against Peter Leko yesterday, where he fought really well, but at a certain point in the endgame where he fought back to equality and he collapsed and lost. So, he's suffering a bit. Joe, you mentioned earlier that he's had success with this collar Zuckertort.
Yeah. He played it. Maybe we can just see a couple more moves.
Yeah.
I think this B3 line, B3 was popularised by Yusupov, wasn't it? Maybe it was an old line, Scully, Zuckertort, etc. But I think in the 1980s, 90s, Yusupov started playing it at a high level. And it hadn't been played at a high level for a long time. So it was sort of, Vaganian has played it. I noticed he won a game against Michael Adams back in 2003 or 4.
Okay. And
he lost the game more recently against Mr. Krovarushku or something. A very strong player anyway. So he's had a couple of games with this line.
Okay. Hou Yifan also has a lot of experience with this line. The reason I know is I've been doing my research on this recently.
Oh, yeah.
I've produced a DVD on a repertoire for black against this kind of D4 sidelines. And she has a lot of experience.
Okay. I seem to remember as a kid there was a book called How to Think Ahead in Chess, which recommended this line for white. I don't know, maybe we had the same books as we were about the same age. There weren't that many chess books in them days. And I think it recommended there was a whole on the collie type positions.
I think I didn't get that book.
I did play it for like a couple of months, but then, sort of moved away.
Well, what she's doing, I like very much.
So this is a good plan, 97 to g6.
It's a good plan because, well, sometimes it pops out here, sometimes it pops out here. It depends how white plays it, but very often if white is going with f4,
which is quite standard, f4,
then it's actually fine. Queen c7. It's a little bit different because Vaganian is playing quite coyly here. He's not, for example, here you can play very crudely with knight d2 and queen f3, or you can play knight d2 and f4. But instead, he's sort of hanging back a bit. Obviously, a3 to prevent knight b4.
Mm-hmm.
And now she's played queen c7. Sometimes, you know, we can try and get this one in.
Maybe I'll just check the database while you're wondering.
Yeah, I mean, this exact position I don't think I've seen before. Another way for black to play is to play rook c7 here, which I quite like actually, with two possible ideas. That sometimes if white is attacking on the king's side, then the rook does a really good job of defending on the 7th rank. You know, if at some point this f-pawn has to move. And also the rook makes way for the queen to come to c8, and then it might be easier to get in c4, or sometimes it goes to a8 to support the knight coming into e4. So rook c7 is quite a trendy move in these kind of positions, quite a nice move. But she's gone queen c7. And considering that white at the moment isn't launching an attack on the king's side, then actually I think this is okay. So, you know, the crude way of playing this would be with f4. But actually I think black is very well set up to meet this one. For example, knight e4 should be absolutely fine. And then once we've put the knight into e4, then we can perhaps kick the knight with f6. And if not f4, then what are we doing? Well, she's also in playing queen c7. She's prevented pawn takes c5, of course, because the knight is on prise. So that's just restricting white's options. I mean, maybe he'll do this anyway and have a think here, perhaps. Oh, we can see one of the problems that white has is after this. So the bishop is attacked. Let's say it moves here, and c2 could be vulnerable. So after this, let's say, for example, we can actually play b5 and take on c2. And once that happens, well, black has a very, very pleasant position, I would say. Nice squares here for the knight. So knight e4 looks pretty good, so maybe not f4.
So this position's been reached. I've got 3 games still.
Okay, even in this position.
This position. It's quite an unusual way for white to play.
Yeah.
I think it's played. Vaganian himself has played differently in the past against these 2 games we mentioned. But this position, there's been a few games which have reached this position.
Okay, hit me with it.
White has played f4 twice and h3 once in these games.
Well, h3 is just kind of saying pass. Well, not quite, but it feels very slow. Of course, now the knight can move.
h3 was met by, just quite interestingly, the idea you just showed. Black played b5.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, exactly. And then takes, and it's a very well-known theme.
Okay.
To play b5 like that. Yeah. That's a nice move. And of course, if we get in c4, then, you know, I've seen sometimes white reacts like this. And
then this bishop on b2.
It's terrible.
Yeah, this is bishop's future is not bright.
Okay, it's still not
dead, but
no.
If you play f4 as well, as you often do,
yeah.
then it's quite close to dead.
Yeah.
But it's still a bishop defending its own pawns.
Okay, so give me the news. What's happened on f4? I'm saying knight e4 in this position. But actually, your move b5 again is possible. But knight e4 looks sort of normal.
Yeah, we've had knight e4 and taking on d4 has also been played in a game between Mamedyarova and Zhukova.
Oh.
So both moves have been played.
Okay, tell me what happened.
And then knight e4, so it was just basically either taking first.
Right.
So these.
I don't know which I'd rather have. I don't know if we need to trade, but
maybe we could look at knight e4 first.
Yeah.
So we have a game between 2 2,500 players roughly. from the Istanbul Olympiad, which went bishop takes e4. Is that normal? Would you like that move?
Depends what happens next. I mean, giving up the light square bishop like that looks pretty horrible.
Well, he
for
took.
white.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. He took on c5, and then after bishop takes c5. So
is there something down here? Queen g4 or something? No. This is on. This could be tremendous for black if I get in knight f5. What did he do next?
b4. I'm just a bit confused. Is this bishop takes e3, queen e3, knight f5? Is this real?
Is that what happened? Really? Giving up the piece. I hope he knows what he's doing.
Queen h3, queen takes c2.
Okay, so how many pawns has he got? 1, 2. 2 so far. Bishop a1. I like black's pieces.
He didn't play bishop a1, he went knight dc4. Knight dc4.
So, I beg your pardon, knight dc4.
And then he took on c4. Is this really the best that white can do? This is quite an amazing line, to be honest. I mean, I don't think we'll be seeing this on the board today.
Well, if this happens, then I think black will probably be very happy. Because black's minor pieces are just fantastic.
Actually, after rook takes c4, he played rook c1.
Oh, is that better?
That was the idea, I suppose.
Yeah. Queen b2?
Yeah, knight c4, queen d4 check. And, well, we like black, don't we, now?
2 pawns for the exchange. Yeah. E4 opening things up. I don't know, it looks great for black.
Yeah, black played e3 and went on to win the game. But maybe we should go back. I mean, this line looks quite wild.
Very iffy indeed.
I mean,
I like it.
Yeah.
Well, I can see Rafael Vaganian is having a good think here, because this is certainly not, I don't think this is a simple position for white at all, because, as I said, those obvious attacking moves like f4, they look a bit iffy to me. Black is very well set up. And as I said, Yifan has a lot of experience with this system as black. I've seen her win some really nice games with it, with all these kind of ideas like b5 and transferring this knight round to f5. I've seen her do it all before. So I think she'll be very happy with this position. It could be that b5 is just a threat here, isn't it? So, or for example, after this, well, yeah, h3, let's say, a passing move. b5 looks sort of good fun to me. Absolutely typical for this variation, I have to say. It looks fine to me. Problem is, I can't quite see another decent move for white, unless Vaganian wants to play something like c4 and go back into, some kind of hanging pawn position. That's possible. c4?
Yeah, if I came to this position afresh, not knowing the plans, I think I'd be looking at c4 quite quickly. I mean, they don't really like to play c4 with white, though, do they? And there's
well, if black did all this, then I might be quite happy with white.
Yeah.
Although it's playable for black, but black doesn't have to do that. Wondering if just knight e4 again.
So that's basically the point of knight e7, is also to allow black to play knight e4.
Exactly. It opens these up. I mean, it's sort of multi-purpose. Opens up that, and
opens up the c line. So we have these ideas with b5 and c4, as you mentioned.
It's a really nice manoeuvre. So
and it can defend the king as well.
Quick recap: knight e7. That's the crucial move here.
Okay.
Yeah, very good move. He's played c4. There we are.
Oh, wow.
I think even feels more comfortable playing these kind of, well, almost like a queen's gambit position, actually.
Yeah, I mean, this is part of Vaganian's repertoire, but it's a sideline. It's not something he plays all the time or anything. He plays it from time to time. So
one thing that occurs to me is that black could actually trade all these off and take here, and then play queen c6, threatening a mate.
Okay. So we're forcing f3.
F3, and then we simply transfer the knight.
H5. Yeah.
Probably not. Maybe knight d7, just to put it here. Is that any good, or have I? It's probably a bit too much, isn't it? Yeah, I'm not sure. I wouldn't rush into that, but there's no need.
Yeah.
Okay, what do we play?
So has White got any positional threats or not here, would you say?
I can't see any at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, knight g6, is that an idea or not? He doesn't like it, I'm not.
Well, I might.
Then f4, I suppose.
Yeah, then the knight's not so clever there.
And maybe now we could start taking things. Does that change anything?
Take here. No,
No, just looking at, well, I suppose it's a silly move, knight h4.
Okay. Threat. Could just go g3 and hope that everything's okay.
Yeah.
Might be able to take and play queen c6, but then d5. No, it should be okay.
Yeah. And if we play knight f5, you're happy just to take?
Well, hang on, if I got d5.
Well, d5 doesn't.
Wow.
A bit nervous about the white.
Very.
So I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, it's interesting.
I don't know. Another idea in these positions, can black ever play like b5 as well, once these exchanges happen, to sacrifice a pawn and gain some squares in the centre? I'm not saying now, but probably not quite, yeah. That's probably not enough, is it?
Not
but
yet.
maybe in these other positions, it's an idea that can be borne in mind.
Yeah, okay. Considering the alternatives, I actually think that c4 might be the best of the bunch, you know?
Yeah.
How am I going to do this? I like the knight on f5, I have to say. How can I arrange this? Maybe I play rook e8 first and just ask White what he's up to.
Does he still want to play f4? Maybe now you'll... It looks... I'm not sure. f4.
Let's go knight e4.
And now I would like to take on d5.
Okay.
And now I'll play knight takes e4 if I can. And I'm
Bishop
looking at
c4.
bishop c4.
Yeah, you're targeting that one. Looks very sensible. I can block, but yeah.
Have some queen h5 in some positions.
Yeah, it's a bit iffy. Yeah, that's the drawback of rook e8. Yeah, not so simple. Well, all right. Let's chop here, and I will take here.
Might be that way, yeah.
And now rook e8 or something. Just to try and, guard against d5.
Okay, and what's the plan? Is to play knight f5? Or
Yeah, knight f5.
okay. So rook fe1, knight f5.
Well, it's very unclear.
Yeah.
It's very unclear.
I mean, I suppose white plays, knight f3 looks like a reasonable move. Knight 2. Sort of position.
Very, very unclear position. But that's brewing nicely. Let's move on. We haven't looked at the other games yet. Ponomariov against Hare Krishna. This was a funny opening.
So he's playing the French again after he played it with a couple of, was it yesterday?
He played it. He had black yesterday.
He's having a double black. Yeah, and he took back with a queen on d5 in his positions yesterday, and today he's taken back with a pawn.
Well, yesterday he played this.
Yeah, but he went for the structure. Well, today he's gone for the classic isolated queen's pawn type position.
Korchnoi favourite, of course.
Yeah.
I have to say, I've always enjoyed playing this position with black as well.
Okay.
You know, I just like playing with the IQP.
Yeah.
And now, an unusual move, Queen E7 check. Normal move, of course, Bishop D6.
Yeah. Might be B3 as a choice for the bishop, isn't there? D6 or B6. And there's been thousands of games in this position. This is, when I saw the move Queen E7, I thought, oh, I haven't seen that before. So I checked the database and saw that it had been played by Capablanca in 1938 and Bondarevsky. So there's nothing new, and it has been played over the years occasionally.
Korchnoi's played it too.
Korchnoi's played it as well, okay. But it's never, you know, but okay. And those games, they usually played Bishop E2 in this position. It seemed to be, you know.
And then you take here, don't you?
Yeah.
Castles.
And Black probably put the queen back on C7, and what has
I seem to remember this. I'm sure Korchnoi played like this, for example.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is the advantage of Queen E7? I mean, does Black really gain from this manoeuvre?
Well, the idea is that...
Does he prevent something else? Or?
Well, in the main line, so, you know, we get this, and... Okay, you have to compare this position with, say, this one, where Black has been able to put the knight on F6. Okay. So it's a slightly more active square, whereas in the main line, the knight has to go to E7, because in this position you can't play knight F6. Well, I suppose you could put the bishop back on E7. Well, I think there are problems with the pin, actually.
Okay.
But check, and there are immediate problems. So that's why, you know, everyone plays knight E7.
Okay. So it's a crafty way of trying to get the knight to F6 and get in a slightly more active position. Yeah. But it looks
It looks
it's
slightly
a little bit
iffy.
risky, doesn't it? I mean, I'd be quite excited if someone played Queen E7 against me. And I would not play Queen E2.
I was worrying if you could just play King F1 here, actually.
You could do, yeah.
It depends how quickly we can get the A rook to
I would
to
certainly,
E1.
yeah, I quite like King F1's okay.
Well, Pono is a more solid player. Clearly, the English school of chess is completely foreign to him, and he's offered the trade of queens, which was
It's not
taken.
completely foreign to him, if you remember his comment from the other day.
Oh, yeah.
About beer, pubs and dragon and all that.
That's
dragon
right.
Sacrifices.
Yeah. He said, so what you do? You go down pub, analyze dragon, have pint. Or something like that. I'm surprised that Hare Krishna played A6, actually.
I think it's the move.
Is it?
I think I saw. I'll just get the game.
Did Capablanca play it?
No, Capablanca. Keresh was white in that game, so it was a high quality encounter.
Wow.
And he played Bishop E2.
Right.
Keresh played Bishop E2. But I'll just have a quick look.
Okay. You know, I would expect here maybe Bishop out somewhere, maybe Bishop G4 or Bishop F5, and possibly castle's queenside, actually. But instead, A6 is quite an uncompromising move. Basically, you're taking time. You know, you're expending a lot of time here. You're not developing, but you do catch that light squared bishop, because of course the bishop can't retreat because it gets trapped. So it's a very bold way of playing. The problem is that you can see that Black doesn't have any development. So White is able to get his pieces out quickly, and you can see here that Ponomariov is establishing this classic dark square bind on these squares. I remember Botvinnik winning a classic game. I think it was Botvinnik. Maybe Gligorich, I don't know.
I'm not going to help you there.
No.
It's interesting. This is actually the first new move of the game, Bishop C5. I think A4 had been played by White in a couple of games. And bishop c5 is on move 14.
Very interesting. Okay, let's have a look.
Yeah. A game involving Biel Grandmaster, who we looked at yesterday, getting crushed. He won a game with black this time.
Okay, that's check. Interesting arrangement. Well, that's okay. If I go back to this position, point is that with the king on d7, that the king actually does a really good job of controlling these dark squares. Oh, it's well placed on d6. So what Pono has done is, with a tricky little maneuver, he's actually pushed the king away. And now the king, when bishop c5 eventually comes, then it's not able to protect these dark squares. So it's now white to move. Well, that's my theory anyway.
Yeah, just come into this position anew. I mean, I quite like white. Would be my first reaction.
Well, it depends if we can take some pawns, really.
There's pawns on the queen side.
Of course, if I can damage this here. So, for example, if here, then...
So is there a problem with taking the pawn on a5?
Well, yeah. Well, let me just show this one very quickly.
This, yeah.
So after this, I mean, I imagine black is fine here. Should be fine. But as you say, what happens on this one? Let me take that one in. Well, okay, first of all, I'm going to take there. Can I just take that one off? I mean, my old thought is that I've got c5 just to sort of restrict these pieces. Doesn't look bad, but if I'm going to be materialistic and just even things up, why not this one? That's not bad for black, is it?
Doesn't look bad for black, no. I'm just wondering, yeah.
Okay, so let's go back.
So this is the position on the board. Bishop g4 has happened.
Yeah.
He probably doesn't want to allow bishop takes f3, destroying his pawns.
Well, I have to say my first reaction is that black is absolutely fine here.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. And if knight d4, you're planning, you can play even... No, see.
I wasn't planning anything.
Okay, I was just wondering if you were. Because it looked a bit risky.
Oh, hang on.
I thought I might be falling in.
Can I do this?
Well, that's why I was wondering if you were planning that, and I was looking at rook e7. But I just have a feeling I might lose some material.
That's good fun. That reminds me of
what I was hoping you were going to say.
That reminds me of drafts. You get the same tactic in drafts, where you imagine two draft pieces here, and you play your draft in between. You're threatening to hop over there and hop over there.
Do you think Morovich is a world-class drafts player as well?
I bet he is. Yeah, but that's a typical tactic in drafts.
Yeah. Anyway, rook takes e7, back to chess.
Back to chess.
Is it possible? I mean, are we going to drop?
Well, first of all, how else do you save material?
Yeah.
So check. Okay, king takes.
And now if we go knight takes c6,
king d6.
King d6, and you're attacking two knights.
Getting better and better.
And so yeah, okay.
Now I'm playing chess again.
Yeah.
I'm happy.
Okay. It looks good.
Looks good.
So
that's the trick.
Knight d4, rook b6, knight b6, bishop c5.
Does that really work? What if can we attack this guy?
No, because then he just takes a knight.
Yeah.
And it looks like it works to me.
Yeah, I think I'm happy.
Yeah.
Well, not so easy. I like the way things have turned out. I mean, all that little fiddling on c5 and b6 sort of... Well, I was impressed at first sight, but actually, I think black's okay.
Rook e3 is not possible because of bishop f4. Even though we quite like to get rid of that bishop, probably not quite at the cost of the exchange. Well, so probably he can't. Where does the knight? He's not going to play knight g1, is he? or knight h4, king e3, king e2, they all look wrong. So he's going to leave the knight there.
I wonder if he's just going to play bishop c5
Yeah, exactly. That's the other move.
and just allow this. But
Yeah.
I think, well, we can definitely say black isn't worse.
Probably not better either. Maybe it could be. I mean, this could be a long struggle.
I would actually prefer to be black. Though.
Yeah, but if the rooks came off, then you know, white could have a strong a pawn with b4, a4, b4 sacrifice even. Just so maybe white would double on the e file here.
Yeah.
And rook e2 perhaps, and rook e1. Try and exchange. I mean,
You think still about even?
well, I think I probably would play rook e6 or rook e2. Rook e6 might allow rook b5. We got rook e1, so rook e6 would be a good start.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
black to move. Black to move.
Yeah.
But it's going to be hard for black to. Probably black would be better advised to exchange just one rook, maybe,
Well,
on the e line.
let's play knight g6.
Okay. So if we play rook e6,
Rook e6, and now I can't do that because of rook c6. That's a bit of a pain.
Oh.
Oh, Yannick's joined us. Fantastic.
right.
So, for those watching online, we've been joined by Yannick Pelletier, Swiss champion.
Yeah.
Well, once again, Yannick, we have some really interesting games on our hands. I can see that actually Ponomariov has just played bishop a7. We
So
haven't.
hi Daniel, hi Joe.
Yeah, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, I haven't been there too often this time, yeah, but Joe was doing such a great job that it's good. I felt I didn't have to come as last year. Yeah, it's good.
Bishop a7.
I mean,
Okay, I'm just trying to tune into this one.
Well, I suppose he's going to play bishop c5, but he's just
Yeah.
maybe thinks the work rook if rook b7 bishop c5 is just
And it's on.
it's a tempo.
Yeah.
Actually, it's probably not. And if rook a8, it's worse. The rook's going to be worse placed anyway.
Well, I could play rook d8.
unless he can try to take on b6 with bishop.
Well, that repeats the position.
Okay, sorry. So he cannot take now on a5. How is that?
No.
Okay, I assumed that he
We were looking at this,
all right, yeah.
and we just thought black is fine.
Doesn't look like, yeah, true.
Yeah. So yeah, why not just rook here?
Well, now he might play knight d4.
Ah, tricky, tricky. Yeah.
And that way he avoids. In fact, so it's a good move, bishop a7.
After
Maybe
16 minutes.
Maybe rook a8.
So we come back.
Mm-hmm.
Yannick, how would you assess this position?
Good question. Maybe slightly better for white.
Really?
I don't know.
I would feel comfortable here with black.
If I manage to get my rooks active quickly with rook e6, for instance, now.
Can I do that one? Just knock you back?
Mm-hmm. Knock me back.
I'm going to knock you back.
So rook d6.
Checkity back, f4.
Yeah, it was kind of what I was looking at.
Check, probably okay. But still, if I just trade.
I think you need to
I
go
think,
back.
I
You
think
need to go
I'm,
back a couple of moves with white.
Yeah,
maybe.
probably.
yeah, I think I'm
That
quite
was-
content with
you
black there.
tricked him there.
Yeah.
We've already been looking at this position, so you know. he was
Well, we looked
asking
at it
you
with the
from
position.
a-
You've been prepared.
Well,
huh?
we looked at the position with the rook on
Oh,
b8.
yeah, rook on b8.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But I don't think it makes
So
a
rook
huge
d3,
difference to the
King
assessment.
d3.
No.
So.
I thought that maybe if the rooks were exchanged, white would be doing quite well with
Yeah,
the
so rook-
past a pawn.
Yeah, king
perhaps.
d3 maybe.
So I thought, you know, King d3 is a good move, isn't it? Keeping control. Knight h4 maybe, rook e3, knight f5. No, then he goes. Then maybe we can go into
Then I
e6.
go in, yeah. No, I would think
I thought
you
black would like
rook.
to exchange one rook in this position, perhaps keep the other rook on the board.
But if I take and play knight b7, what are you doing?
I'm playing, I suppose I have to play a4. And if you attack, you can't attack the knight.
But I
a4.
take it.
Yeah, that's, I have to admit that's a bit annoying from black's viewpoint.
Maybe black can just go rook a8 to a7.
And then I go to e1 now.
Rook a7, you want to go knight d8 check? Oh yeah, sorry,
Oh,
we can't do that.
that's good, yeah.
We can't
Yep.
do that.
Hmm.
That's quite awkward, we can't really...
A4.
Planning rook b8. Maybe white can just play knight c5. But okay, then we take, and he's forced to take that
Yeah,
b8
I'd
pawn.
like to take with the c pawn.
Yeah, exactly, so that's not good.
So knight.
That's fine for black.
Yeah.
Tricky. Well, Hari Krishna's thinking here, we should have a look at the game between Nico Georgiadis and Peter Leko, because we haven't even had time to look at that one yet. Knight off. Nico playing white.
Interesting, g3 is another one of them lines that didn't happen so much in the old days, like h3, and now is reasonably popular.
Yeah, it was not really supposed to be any problem for black, and recently, or let's say in the last 10 years or so,
Yeah.
they found some ideas with this knight back to e2.
They used to play knight b3 as well, yeah. So both moves are quite
less,
popular.
Yeah, but knight b3 also.
They've always played both, haven't
Yeah.
they? Yeah.
Mickey's been playing a lot recently, g3.
Yeah, he once beat me with g3 in the French league. It was quite a difficult game for me.
Yeah.
So black could also have played b5, or I think that's an important moment. Whether
Actually, I was looking at the first like 10-15 minutes, and I noticed that Nico had 1 hour and 43 minutes when he played a4, so he was probably ready for that, at least for the tournament, maybe for not for today's game, because Leko doesn't play the knight off too often, I think.
Yeah.
And
So
Leko had already spent like 10 minutes. or
Yannick, we have a
something, so-
question for you
Yeah,
from
you?
someone online who is asking, how do you decide who to invite into the top tournament?
Yeah, that's always an interesting thing. There are some factors, of course. The first is the budget we get or we have at disposal. I mean, if we had unlimited budget, we could probably afford to have everyone from Magnus till the top 10. But that's not the case, so we have to do what with the means, financial means we have.
Yeah.
And then we have to adapt to the timetable, to the schedule of international tournaments. This year was pretty unlucky, because last year as well, because Dortmund is clashing. Actually, Dortmund finished on the Sunday, when the day we started, and St. Louis is starting like today or tomorrow. So we have these two top events clashing, so we can't really get all the big names we would like to have.
Okay, but these are practical considerations.
Yeah,
I think
taking
in
into
terms of style,
Yeah.
that kind of thing. You know, how do you decide on these players?
Yeah. What I wanted to say that we can't just have everyone we would like to,
Sure.
and so we then to put up the field. I certainly check. And now we have these two Swiss youngsters, so that's attractive for Swiss people. It's good for them. I like to have players of different styles, not just attacking players, because sometimes they neutralize each other and it comes out, nothing really comes out of it. So it's good to have a field which is different, with names, with styles, age if possible, and to have Hou Yifan is of course also something which is very, very good from all points of view.
Well, she's. I think it's not just the fact that she's the women's number one
She's
player
also
in the
very
world.
strong. Yeah.
She's also very ambitious, just only 23 and improving all the time, clearly.
Yeah, and she's definitely attractive for the media as well. She was even more 3 years ago. I remember that journalists were like, there was like a flood of demands for interviews. This year a little bit less, but still she's very interesting for media, for everything, and she plays really well. She's doing really well in the tournament as well, so that's certainly a great thing. And then you have these players like Krishna with a very original style. Not very easy to define it because he's quite aggressive, but not too aggressive. He's not playing for an attack, but he's ambitious.
He's very classical, actually, I think, in some ways.
Yeah, in some ways, yeah, of course, he has this background, but he tries things as well in the openings. And you have Navara also. You have more classical players, really typical classical players. Of course, Peter Leko, back row as well.
And I
so
suppose
it's a good mix of.
I suppose the tradition of the tournament also plays a role in your invitations, because of course we have Rafael Vaganian here, 65 years old, but he of course has a good record here. Yeah,
of course. For this Jubilee edition, we kept in mind what has happened in the 49 previous editions, and the 3 interzonal tournaments we had here were really sparkling editions, and 76 was won by Bent Larsen, who is known not anymore among us, unfortunately. I think he passed away some years ago. And but to try and have Vaganian, and who won in '85 the second interzonal, and I was hoping we could have also Boris Gelfand, who won the last interzonal in the history of chess, actually, in '93 in Biel, was something of a priority to me. Unfortunately, Boris had a lot of tournaments. He was overbooked already at the beginning of the year. He knew he wouldn't be able, so he had to make a choice. And well, it was not Biel, unfortunately. But it would have been important to have a few names of players who marked the history of the festival. And Vaganian is definitely one, because he won that interzonal in '85 and was a top player, has been a top player for a decade. And around that period, was number 3 in the world. So,
well, I think the mix of players has worked extremely well this year, because we've had some fantastic fighting chess, very unusual games, very entertaining games. Let's go to Georgiadis against Leko. And that's the position we've reached on the board. A very tense encounter. We've got, if I can see the clock times, it's something like 58 minutes remaining for Nico against 49 for Peter. So they've used quite a bit of time, only 15 moves played.
Yeah, I noticed Peter Leko has been struggling a bit with the clock in this tournament, and with his form as well. I think he was saying that in the interviews with you two. And certainly his lack of practice at the highest level is showing now. And
so we've got this pawn move h5, which was to prevent g4, but now White is sort of using it by locking the pawn and securing the g5 square. And I suppose sometimes this bishop may pop out to h3 as well.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, this h5 move, because in these lines and these when the knight on e2 is quite a poor piece, so White usually wanted to play h3, g4 and knight to g3 to activate it, even with castling kingside. So this h5 move is basically trying to prove his knight on e2 is not on a very good square.
And of course the knight
could go the other way, but this g3 square was like quite pleasant and gave White attacking chances on the king side in some lines.
Take a trip round here
to d5.
Yeah, White would obviously want to have 2 knights hitting the d5 square, so he could play knight d5 and recapture with pieces. But this knight on e2 is a long way away. As you said, knight to b4. But
this is a bit uncomfortable for Black, though, isn't it? I like this from White's viewpoint.
Well, I would really like to play the move h7, h6 in these positions to attack that bishop.
Can he try bishop f8? Well, it's White to move.
It is White to move. Yeah, but still, I agree. I would like to play bishop f8 here.
Yeah, and h5, h6 would be nice, yeah.
H5, H6, because we want to force white to make a decision in these positions.
Well, let me play this.
Well, you never know. FIDE might introduce some new rules, as they have been doing in the last. That pawns may move backwards. I don't know, at some point. Yeah, maybe once in the game, you have the right to move a pawn backward.
Can you imagine what that would do to computer programs? I mean, probably could destroy computer programs.
That could be good, yeah, actually.
If you always had the right to.
Knight C1.
Okay, let's get back to the game. Dan doesn't look impressed.
I'm not impressed.
You don't like new rules, don't
No,
you?
I don't like new rules.
So knight C1. If we play bishop F8, I'm annoyed by your bishop H. Yeah, then I can take. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, now I can take on E4 maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
Well,
Looks good, yeah.
I might return to bishop H3, but let me continue with this stuff. See how far I get.
Maybe I have queen C4.
Queen C4 stops my nonsense and attacks that one.
Stops knight B4. This is
very important. Yeah, that looks fine.
These positions, they're often some sort of dynamic equality.
Yeah. Okay, let me come back here and I will play this move, bishop H3.
Yeah, because this prevents bishop F8, and I can't take on E4.
How about an exchange sack? Why don't we
let's try that, yeah.
And so we give this one.
Of course, when I say I can't, that's not really true.
Or actually, I play queen takes.
You really believe this?
I want to look down here. Believe it, Joe. Believe it.
So F3, yeah.
F3.
Don't have to. We could also.
Oh, you can come. Yeah?
Zoom.
Okay, but it's not the end of the world, is it?
Not
Unless
yet.
you can play D5. Yeah, I didn't see that.
Could we look at the move knight D5 first, just to see?
Sorry, in which position?
Originally, instead of F3 here, just to see if it's playable. I
knight
suppose you
D5.
just play knight takes E4.
Yep.
And then, okay, it's a bit too adventurous. I just thought maybe.
I think I'm a happy bunny here.
Yeah. Yeah. No, this is not.
Let's
not
go
working.
back.
Yeah.
Let's check this because
I think we don't need to check that. Yes,
Queen
D5.
E1. Yeah, it depends. Is
D5
just good? If I get this in. Yeah, okay. It's a bit more than good, isn't it? It's just
For some reason, I forgot you could enter.
catastrophic.
Quickly, yeah.
Well, okay, that's
Queen
good.
takes, yeah,
So bishop H3, just bishop F8. Ah.
Mm.
To be honest, it's better than I thought it was going to be.
He's played bishop H3.
He's done it. Ooh, well, we could. Okay, bishop F8. Now, what you going to do about that?
Let's take it again. I think we haven't quite exhausted all White's defensive
You don't think
possibilities.
Suppose you could dribble around here.
Yeah.
Should we try that?
Yeah, but queen H3 anyway.
And queen F3. You want to play D5 anyway?
Do we? Really?
Or maybe I could play queen G4 first, instead of queen H3.
We are an exchange down. Yeah.
Queen here.
Yeah, we do.
F3.
Now queen H3.
Now here.
Now D5.
D5.
Now queen H2 or queen G2.
Okay. Well, check cannot hurt.
It may hurt.
It may hurt, but
Well, if the worst comes to the worst, we can do this, can't we?
that's not so bad, probably.
Not so bad for black.
Maybe the king will be better on H1, so playing queen H2 to get off that diagonal. So the exchange would take place on
H2.
Sorry,
I agree that I'm just I agree.
I'd just like to point out that this is all completely irrelevant
Okay.
because he played rook d8.
Yeah.
An interesting question to ask them after.
Wow. Yeah.
Afterwards,
That
probably.
is interesting. Yeah.
Because bishop f8 is definitely a move you want to do. While rook d8 maybe less so.
Well, looking on the positive side of rook d8, you know, now that the bishop has moved from g2, then d5 becomes more of a possibility in the position. So I don't know, I know I'm biased, but I think I would just feel very comfortable with black's
What about
positioning.
here, if
Maybe.
maybe White's planning to give up the 2 bishops for
Yeah.
the 2 knights?
And then knight d5. Yeah,
I think that would be.
But then he's
Okay.
going to take with the rook probably on d7 to keep pressure on c2.
But can't I get down here somehow?
You're not mating us.
I'm not mating you. Okay.
And we're 2 against you alone.
Okay, but here, yeah, I just take it, of course.
Yeah, that's maybe
Maybe we
And-
take that with a queen
maybe anyway. Yeah.
and get
Or
some
Saka.
play. We want to
Rook d2.
rook d2 and knight c3 with compensation for the pawn. If the knight gets a d5, black's never worse in
or
these
rook
positions,
c1.
even a pawn down.
You mean white?
White's never worse,
Yeah.
sorry,
Mm.
yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and rook c1 is coming and doubling there.
Yeah, this is the idea, probably.
It's pretty promising for white here. Maybe you have to play queen c8, c5.
Well, yeah, that's what I was looking at because, of course, I want to open things up here.
Yeah,
But I also feel black is fine here too.
if I play rook c1, then
Okay. Irritating mildly. Yes.
okay, you have
Yeah.
to take probably. Or yeah, rook queen b4 is not that great, I guess.
Hmm.
Yeah, especially if I have rook c4.
Okay, if you're winning something. No, not
No.
yet.
Rook c4.
This, yeah, queen b. Oh, sorry, you have a
Mhm,
big
mhm.
check.
And
Big
after
fat
queen
check.
a5,
Queen
Queen
a5.
a5, but
queen a5 is still playable.
yeah, but queen a5.
Queen a5 is playable here.
Oh,
No,
and
after
not
rook c4, queen a5 as well. So
Yeah, well, I don't know which way you want
Anyway,
it. But
anyway, I'm coming into. Well, I'll just play b3. I don't know.
which one?
Yeah, maybe b3.
oh, this looks at least like full comp.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there was also the plan of playing knight c3, and
It's full comp, but I still feel that black could be okay here. b5.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's
Rook
about
c6.
equal, actually. I agree, it's comp. Of course.
full comp is
Yeah,
can
full
be also about
c6.
equal.
Yeah, but I still feel black is all right here. But anyway, we should go back.
Mhm.
Yeah,
So
it's
that was looking at this, and then knight d5.
a good safe way to play for white, I think, as well in this position. He might be,
Yeah.
you know, putting the onus on Leko to play for the win, maybe.
I think he should probably keep the bishop here. Rook queen d8.
Queen
I mean,
d8, but then he's going to play
white square.
knight, the other knight c3, so he'll always have a knight on d5.
Mm.
Okay, here's my
That's
next little funny move.
Okay. So I'll play knight c3, I'll fall into your trap. I'm sure there's a trap.
Well, I was just hoping you were going to take one of these.
Oh, I didn't even look at that. I mean, queen e4, I wanted
Yeah.
to protect the e4 square.
Okay,
Okay, and now
grovel.
I'm quite happy with white
Queen
in this
d3.
sort of position.
Queen d3.
For
Yeah.
instance, yeah. Well,
It looks like it could be. The knight's one of the rare positions. Not rare, but the
D2?
knights are probably.
Sorry,
better
what?
than the
Rook
bishops.
d2.
Rook d2.
No. Well, I'm just playing fast. It's maybe not
Yeah.
the best move.
I know you'll probably think I'm mad. I think black's still okay here.
I don't think you're mad. It might not be easy for white to do anything.
Because if I get in g6 and f5, well, I don't need to take. Let me play g6.
Well, we don't have to keep. We could knight e3 is also a possibility. Yeah. Try and force you, and then double on the d file.
Knight e3. Okay, well, could come back. Could take. Another exchange sack is possible. No, probably not.
Desperate.
You think it's desperate?
No, if you sack the exchange. So the other knight to d5.
Hmm.
That's much nicer because now our queenside pawns are free, and
Yeah.
this is a much
C pawn is
much better way to have our knights. And we're blocking f5 as well.
Yeah.
Or we're preventing f5.
Yeah.
Makes quite a huge difference, actually. It's quite surprising how huge that difference is.
Yeah. Okay, well, I could hack on here, but I was going to play f6 and rook f7, but you might start laughing. So.
No, I don't think black is doing too badly in these positions.
I actually
agree,
I think that's the most sensible, and I'll put my king on e6.
The position is somewhere between equals and small advantage to white, I would say.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of play.
Yeah.
For both sides.
Yeah.
It's an interesting position.
Yeah.
But so that's the kind of strategic decision that it's a big moment in the game actually.
Well, the bishop on the white square bishop in Najdorf type positions is often can be a very poor piece and endings. So here it's a little bit different because he's played g3 lines, so he can have a weaker king, but often white's quite happy to get rid of that piece in these sort of positions. And this is perhaps a good moment. Yeah, it's a big strategic decision.
Yeah. If he doesn't take, I'm just wondering whether this knight might sort of do a little tour around here. Or well, let's go to c5 and see what happens.
Yeah, because e4 will be hanging. And if you have to play f3, that's already...
Well,
you know.
Yes.
Concession.
Yeah. Exactly,
yeah.
So bishop takes d7 is quite logical after you've played bishop h3.
Okay, what if I take with the queen?
Well, same story. I guess he's gonna.
Yeah, I just wonder if there's, if I can cause some trouble over here with queen h3. One of these, I don't know.
So, are you threatening to take on h4? We can take on f6 here. You don't really want to allow that, do you?
Well, actually, I didn't mind because
knight c3.
Yeah, I don't mind this actually. You got to remember, before I played the Najdorf, I played this Sveshnikov.
Okay, all right. So you're just gonna take the pawn now.
Well, I can take a pawn for a start.
Well, maybe this is okay.
No, it's fine for black.
We should check after you play queen g4.
Yeah.
Because here maybe bishop takes h4 is not a problem. Maybe.
So what do you want to play?
That's the second question.
Queen e3.
Queen e3.
Yeah, but he's taking and he can drop back to g5.
Well, where does he go with the bishop? Has he actually got a square? So if we start with...
I'll come back here.
f3.
Just come back.
And then king h2. And then you just come back there. And I wonder if we can play f4. Because the bishop's going to be...
yeah, I mean, okay.
I'm just wondering...
Bishop g5 was kind of a red rag to a bull.
But you might be able to flick in bishop takes d5 in these positions, of course. You know, to avoid and then go back.
It's not really working for white.
Yeah, it's not good enough, really.
So we find something. Queen g4.
This feels like trouble to me. I think black's fine.
I think so. If we take on f6, that's a nice move, queen g4, isn't it? If it's good. So we take on f6.
Not so nice for white.
Now we need to find some tricks.
I like this for black.
It's fine.
So knight c3, you just take.
Well, you could just take.
Maybe
I mean, I could do this as well.
Yeah. It's all okay.
Yeah.
We might not have to hurry with knight d5.
Oh yeah,
we might be able to play maybe queen e3 first.
Good point. Now maybe a rook to c8.
Yeah. So let's say b6 is not hanging.
Watch this.
Yeah, well, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not
c8. Okay, c8.
Anyway, I can play rook d2 here.
Yeah, that may be a better way to do it.
But then I don't come into d5 so easily.
The problem with rook d2 is that we want to recapture with
so rook
with
ac1
on d5.
Then a4 is hanging too.
Yeah,
maybe black is fine here.
Could be.
Yeah, queen takes looks. Yeah.
I could start. By the way, b5.
Then we're coming.
Yes, then that's different. Well, okay, we have a very tough battle on our hands here. I think we should take a break, actually. But once again, we've got 5 absolutely fascinating games on our hands. So, Yannick, thanks for joining. Sorry,
if you don't mind. I wanted to say that we are also very happy that this 50th edition has also now a new record of participation, because now that the weekend is over, the Blitz was played, and we have the full number of participants, and we are at 746, which is quite clearly more than the previous years, and that's of course very encouraging. And for next year, it looks actually quite good also, because many people ask us always, well, now it's the 50th and it's going to be over after that, or is it continuing? And of course, the question is also whether the town of Biel is going to keep on supporting the festival. But it looks pretty good. They've given us some support, and they said they would include the festival in their city budget. So it's of course not 100% sure, but it really looks good for the future. Yeah.
We should mention there's, apart from the closed tournament here, there's an open tournament, which is very strong. There's an amateur tournament and an open tournament. Amateur, what's the ELO?
It's around 2,050 points.
And under.
So, and under for amateurs, and over for the Master Open.
Yeah.
So we have these 3 classical tournaments, plus a lot of one-day tournaments, like the Blitz last Saturday, the Rapid, and the Fisher Random Chess Tournament, also all this on the first weekend. So it's about 10 to 12 competitions all together, and we're very happy about.
Well, it's been running very well, and excellent stuff. So, and of course, there's the fantastic scenery around Biel here in northern Switzerland. Wonderful mountains and the lake, and it's a wonderful setting. So next year, folks.
And I hope you will be back also next year, because it's also part of Biel that we are able to broadcast the games of the Grandmaster tournament, just not live, but also with great commentary. So thanks to you guys and to ChessBase also for helping us in that matter.
Right, well, on that note, let's take a break. So we're resuming our coverage of the Biel Grandmaster tournament, round 8, the penultimate round. We're drawing to a fantastic finale, very, very close to the top, with 4 players sharing the lead and fantastic fighting chess. Once again, we've got some really excellent games on our hands. First of all, Etienne Beko against David Navara. Let's just catch up with that one. Well, looks like things have hoovered, rather.
Yeah. That's, yeah, not much left on the board. Looking like, is it black to play? Oh,
It's white to play.
A5, okay.
What if, yeah, but what if I steam that one down the board?
Well, we can probably stop it steaming by playing a move like Rook H. No, we will not play Rook H4. Bishop G3. Okay. Well, white could just drop his bishop back. Can't drop his bishop back to C2 either.
Yeah, but why don't we counter-attack? Why
Rook
don't we
F1, threatening checkmate.
Yeah.
So black will play bishop F6.
Right. Exchange sack? Probably not today.
Probably not today, because B2 drops as well.
Yeah. Okay, what do we do?
Maybe we switch play to the... Okay, got a few little technical issues.
Yeah, I can't do that, can I? To stop that one.
Yeah. And if we switch rooks to the E file, or just go bishop E5, every time we lose a tempo, we keep switching back between the E and F file.
So are we saying that black has a beautiful rolling initiative?
To be honest, if we want to sacrifice an exchange, I recommend doing it on the E line.
Yeah.
Maybe rook E2. And after A4, rook E1.
Yeah, why can't I take a pawn?
Well, we don't really care about that pawn. I think it's pretty irrelevant. If we just look at the its opposite colored bishops, black's got 2 to 1 on the king side, and that pawn just gives our bishop more scope. I'm not saying that white has any winning chances, black has any winning chances, or white really. I think it's just going to be a draw.
So what, just
maybe
hoover?
rook D1 now.
Or rook D1, okay.
I would just play rook
now
D1.
bishop G5 check.
Oh, is that a problem?
Can I do
after king C2,
no,
you
no,
want to
no.
get checkmated?
No, I want to get checkmated, yeah.
After, you want to show that line?
Yeah, I do want to show that line. So here,
that was your idea.
That's my idea was to get checkmated, yeah.
Nice.
Happens so easily. So basically we think that although black has a slight initiative...
I'm not even sure black has a slight initiative. He can take a pawn, but I mean it's not going to change the assessment, I think. That
Should be a draw.
I think it's a draw. I mean, I think that pawn's irrelevant.
Yeah.
Because it will give the white bishop more scope and, you know...
King shut in.
King shut in, that's the point more or less. We talked about that earlier, actually. These sort of positions, the king can get stuck in the end game.
We should probably have a look how we got there.
Yeah.
So we left the position around here. Now you played bishop D3.
That's interesting. We were looking at the move pawn to F3, which seemed more logical. He probably wants to play, I assume, looking at the final position on the board, he's going to play some knight D5 and the bishop's going to be...
So this is what happened.
Okay.
I see. So he wants to try and get,
and then get some attack going. That's his plan. And the knight's hard to live with on D5.
But instead,
6, so
Navara played solidly so that he can always block here.
That's an that's an interesting moment. F4. Can we just see without F4 as well? Because once he plays H6, this structure, can he not maybe? I'd be quite tempted to take the bishop and to double on the G line in this sort of position. Could that not be?
Okay, how do you want to do it?
I'll just take it now. It looks a strange move, but...
Well, it's white's move.
Yeah, just take on E7.
Take on E7.
I just want to double on the G line in this position.
Right.
I'm not sure of rook G6 because of rook F6. Maybe the other rook first. Rook H2, rook H somewhere. Yeah, I'm just wondering, isn't this a little bit because somehow if white can pressurize G7?
Well, okay, but what if I just sort of, lock the queen out and just
I'm
play?
Not locked out because I'm looking at the square.
Here.
I'm looking at the square B6 for the white queen in this sort of position.
Queen B7.
Okay, I'm still looking at it.
That's fine. You look away. You just keep looking. I don't know. I'm thinking black's solid enough here.
Yeah.
Please don't checkmate me now.
No. Well, I'd probably start with rook g6 now. And then queen g3 ideas. I prefer white here.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, he probably thought about this as well, and he preferred f4. But I think white's better. If the black pawn was on b7, I think maybe it would be equal, but sometimes you can switch.
I'm still happy with black.
Okay, all right then. Just as I waffle on, you just
You're
defend
waffling.
your position.
Exactly. Look, I've got... Thing is, if my pieces are on the other side of the board, fine, but actually they're all in pretty good positions.
Okay.
And well...
Maybe rook g6 is not
rook
good
g6 probably leaves you with a bad position.
Okay, all right then. Okay, he didn't like that.
Yeah, he didn't like that, but I think it is okay. f4. Let's just see how we got there.
Wow.
Oh, that's okay. So threat of mate.
Stopping queen g6, or stopping it remaining on the board.
Yeah, and that's how we hoovered.
So this is the position.
Got a couple more moves. We got. He did play rook f1 and bishop f6. So that's
the position on the board.
Yeah. It could easily go rook e2 and just trade. I mean, this would also be a plausible end to the game.
Yeah.
But, well...
Yeah, maybe he'll just exchange one rook to take the pressure off. I think that position's no problems at all for white. Just equal, yeah?
Yeah, looks like it to me.
No, the pawn is irrelevant.
Yeah.
And
so
if just one last I try for white, if rook e2, a4, and then rook e1, and after bishop e5, an exchange sack, that would be wildly optimistic. Yeah, it looks wildly, and now just, that's no good, yeah.
push,
Yeah,
keep going.
yeah. a3, I suppose, oh no, a3, d7, and we win. Yeah, maybe has to play rook f2, back to f8. Oh, it's not bad for white, maybe, who knows.
Maybe
Just
we have
go
to stop
passive.
this, probably this.
Yeah, and then he can play bishop f5 perhaps,
Rook e7.
or rook e7.
Is this winning for white?
Well, black's playing without a king almost for a while.
Yeah.
Bishop's quite a strong piece. I'm just wondering about,
Because I play this and that.
can he stop that? I think
Don't think so.
He could have stopped it, he could have, but it would have been very passive. He could have put his rook from b2 to f8 and the other rook on d8, but is he ever moving again?
Here.
But then he can actually just exchange. It's losing because
And bishop
he can
e8.
exchange on f8 and play bishop e8.
Just show that here, and well, for example, here. Dum, 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 dum. Okay, well, this isn't going to happen, folks. I'm telling you.
And this one isn't so clear.
Is this not so clear?
Well, he can defend now with a2.
Here,
And then
I see.
Check and rook d2. Now he has to run his king across.
G5. Ooh, not so clear.
Well, h takes g6, h5.
Oh yeah, but that allows a draw, probably. King G7 first.
c5,
H5.
c6, h4,
H4,
c7, h3, queen.
H2. Okay, I better play here.
That
Check.
allows a draw like
Yeah.
this.
Here and yeah. Just want to that's not going to happen, folks. We're playing blitz chess. But
No, but it's an idea to take the exchange, rook e2, rook e1.
Sure.
Actually, it's an idea to try and get the advantage for white.
yeah. But of course, black can just take here, and so feels like this one's going to meander towards a draw. Let's move on. Alexander Morovich against Noel Studer. Now, clock times. 42 minutes remaining for Morovich. Only 18 minutes for Noel Studer. And this looks like an extremely difficult position for black. We left the position here. He played knight ce7.
You don't like it.
I don't like it. I think he should have just played something sensible and just got castled. He played
Perhaps, yeah.
Well, anyway, this is the game.
Seems like a strange manoeuvre.
I don't think the knights have improved very much.
No, he spent 3 moves basically switching a knight from c6 to b6. It's not a great square on b6.
No.
We just see that once more quickly, just to
Yeah.
so played knight.
So that was the
C7.
position.
Yeah,
And now that's the position.
and he spent 3 moves,
Yeah.
and he switched his knight from c6 to b6. Is that all that's happened?
Yeah.
And the knights get on c6. It can be a target in some lines, but on b6, knights are generally pretty poor. It's a target for the pawn on a3, a4, a5 in some positions.
Breaking news, by the way. Okay, let's just go on very, very quickly. I like this. Morovich played h4, and after castle's queenside, a4. He's throwing both up the board.
Whichever way he goes, he's coming after him.
Yeah. So I guess in this position, if h5, then he could just come in here.
Okay.
Which is... But it's
So-
gone takes.
Well, that's quite a big... He took on c3. I mean, that's a move that you don't really want to play, is it? I mean,
well, maybe there was nothing better, but it looks tremendous.
Well, judging by his use of how slow he's playing, he can't be enjoying it.
No.
Just
So
prefer white in this sort of position. The king's a target, his centre is very strong. and-
B file.
Well, the b file, he has to work to get on it. That's at least the bishop on g6 is controlling the b1 square.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, he's going to, yeah, it looks pleasant for white, to say the least.
Very, very pleasant. I think Morovich will be in his element completely in this position. So we have some news. We'll come back to that game, but we have some news. Nico Georgiadis and Peter Leko have, I think, drawn by 3-fold repetition of position.
Wow, that was imaginative.
Yeah, there we are.
Okay.
Perfect chess. You raised an eyebrow there, Joe.
Yeah, so we were looking at this interesting strategic bishop d7, giving up 2 bishops for 2 knights, occupying d5, very interesting position.
Tell you what, we'll wait for them to
Okay, we'll wait.
to discuss that. Very quickly, Vaganian against Yifan. Ooh, it's all kicking off there. Queen in.
We left it at c4.
Yeah, okay. I think we're going to be joined by Nico and Peter. So let's do a quick shuffle across.
Okay.
Okay, Peter. Let's get your game on the board. Super solid, guys. Super solid.
Well, the position got such, but basically, okay, after yesterday's long game, for some reason I decided that I should try with black to do something, because Nico had already played Rook E1 against the Berlin, against Bakro, and okay, I don't know exactly, maybe it was just for one game, but if he does it again, then I will feel very stupid. And and that's why, okay, very tiring game yesterday, but I decided to start digging in the knight off, but the problem was it was even not clear which line Nico would choose, and 6g3 wasn't really on my list, as you have already played bishop e2 against Navara in the first round, and basically I went on studying the classical Scheveningen first time in my life last night. I mean, after playing a 7 hours game, it was just insane. And then g3 came, and exactly more or less the same structures. Why I decided that after bishop e2, I would not play e5 the way I okay, I'm not playing knight off basically, but if I'm sometimes doing, then I'm playing with e5. But I started learning e6 last night. And okay, it took some energy. And after g3, however, here e6 is a completely new story and completely different one.
Sorry, Peter, let me just interrupt just for a moment. I remember when Yefim Geller was asked, how long did it take you to learn the King's Indian before you started playing it? And he said 2 years.
Well, only, yeah?
Only 2 years, before he actually played it. So now you're learning a new opening in one evening. It's very impressive.
Well, I mean, I remember that 2003 I did prepare it for Kramnik because the match was supposed to take place in 2003 already, but then finally it didn't. And at that point there was a period when I decided to study E6, and I did work on 2003, but since the match got postponed and I already played against Kramnik in Dortmund tournament the Najdorf, because at that point I thought that the match might even not take place, so why to hide? So I played already the Najdorf. So next year, when the match was finally scheduled after 1.5 years later, I already decided to abandon the Najdorf against Kramnik because it's not a surprise anymore. And then, and ever since, I mean, it's 14 years past, I haven't touched it because with white I'm not playing this, and with black I'm also. So that's the story behind the game, and basically, as many times in my game when it's a short draw, the things before the game take much more energy than the game itself.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, g3, so I decided to play e5, knight d2, bishop e7, bishop g2. I mean, this knight d2 is a very popular line. Carlsen and also Adams started using it because white is super safe. And this is what I was already thinking last night, that maybe Nico was just tricking with this game against Bakro, that he played Rook e1 against the Berlin because it showed perfect preparation against Morovich in the Zaitsev. I mean, he just wants to lure people away from the Berlin, and okay, Morov would anyway not play Berlin, but I felt like probably I should play the Berlin, and also you played against Ponomariov, you were expecting Najdorf, and also you could be expecting against Morozevich the Najdorf. So
exactly.
I was.
That's why I could play G3 and all this instantly.
So there are all these mind games going on.
Against the other guys. I had prepared G3, so yeah, I decided to play it against you, which was very practical. But I hadn't repeated before the game, so I couldn't remember everything, but most of the things.
Yeah,
especially
I mean,
this A4 move. I think it's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, this is because somehow this A4 made me actually think that I had mixed up the move orders, because already once it happened to me against Goganov in the World Cup that my preparation was supposed to be after Bishop G2, not castle but B5, and but that was in this position. It was I think H3, E5, Knight D2, because there are all these. Things which drives you crazy because so many transpositions and Bishop G2, and I remembered that there was some prep from me back then that B5 and if A or not A4, Knight D5, then Knight takes D5, Queen takes D5, Queen C7 is a great move. And at that point it was a total novelty, but I also looked at it like 2 years before from the white side, and of course during the game I completely forgot it. So after Bishop G2 I went on to castle, and my opponent went A4, and I got what I got in the game, and I was very angry because I just hit this position. And now, 2 years later, I end up in the same terrible thing. Because I mean, not that it's terrible, but I mean, I just hate this position from the black side.
Really? Well, why do you hate it?
Well,
I think white is slightly better in this line that actually appeared on the board.
This shows
it's a bit unpleasant because black cannot really do anything at the moment. Yes, it's
exactly. So okay, I went to castle. So since Nico blitzed out A4, I kind of felt that not again. I mean, maybe B5 was the move, but maybe it's not. I don't know.
I think this is still castle is the main move and not A4. Yeah, and then black can play B5. That's the main.
Okay,
line.
but
if A4, I think normal move is bishop E6 here. Just or B6. Yeah, B6 is possible.
Yeah,
too.
but if B6, then
probably
this knight D5.
Be, yeah.
I mean, I was anyway worried of knight D5 because this is what happened in my game with Goganov, and I always considered this to be slightly worse. And that was the reason why I spent so much time. I did not want to get what I got, but finally I got it with already 40 minutes spent, which felt even more stupid. Yeah, so okay, bishop E6, but all kinds of
castle,
transpositions
D7,
to these
H3.
H3, H5 lines, yeah?
Well, no, you don't have to play H5
I
now
don't have
because
to.
I think there's B5 is interesting here. You can sacrifice a pawn. It's playable.
Yeah, no, in fact, that's now that you tell me, this is part of my prep. Now that you tell me, yeah, B5, and it was some crazy computer line because first computer gives it's better for white, but then some very precise play, black is fine. Yeah, then this was one of the lines that because I was completely confused that how come that I don't remember anything, just complete blankness. And okay, finally I decided to go knight BD7, and this H3 was clever. I don't know if I go rook B8,
G4 probably, yeah.
You go G4 or not?
Well, it's an option certainly.
Because I little
maybe
bit
A5,
got scared of A5
is
because
also possible.
Because rook B8, I mean, now if I do this, then takes G4 bothers me, and if I have to play knight H5, then I feel like
worse version.
I got tricked. Yeah, exactly. That was my problem because rook B8 G4. This I wasn't so sure. I mean, I was looking for some double H position, takes, and I was not 100% sure. Knight G3 B4, sure. And
yeah, I remember that I analyzed something like that, but maybe it's not exactly this position. It's possible to play, but also A5 is I saw A5 and I was not sure.
Yeah, this was the problem. Yeah,
but I expected you to play H5 actually.
But it was enough to spend another 10 minutes on H5, which I could have played instantly. And now castles, okay, I thought that G4 is just too much, but there is this move.
I think Moro would have played it instantly, but
yeah, probably.
Yeah, I thought, I didn't want to spend too much time on it. Because,
I did spend. I mean, because
it's a huge mess.
Yeah, it's a huge mess, and I was not sure H5 because but I thought in the worst case scenario I have H4, which is not bad at all because I take away this knight G3 square, and okay, maybe objectively white is better, but black also has his aim with knight on E6 or something. So I wasn't so worried, but yeah, castles. And here my problem was that after B6, I was again expecting knight D5, which would directly transpose to my game with Goganov, which computer says that it's kind of equal, but I somehow during the game felt quite uncomfortable against Goganov, and it's, I mean, knight C3, very easy play for white, and I was trying to do all kinds of crazy things. I think some bishop B7, or not bishop B7, but basically I could have got mated in 20 moves, because it's really after like 5 moves I was almost by force mated. You wonder how.
In the end.
It was finally, the problem is that if you go knight f6, then bishop g5 is slightly worse. So I did not want to be slightly worse. So something like, maybe the queen, it didn't go to, it went to d1, yeah. And then something like this h4, knight d5. Now again, if I take, I was slightly worried that it's not fully equal. So I played bishop g5. Provoking f4, bishop h6, it's principal moves, because now white is overexpanding, but white had this incredible move knight e3, and it's game over because knight f5 is coming. And it was World Cup, I won the first game, and tell me why did I play first time in my life e4, c5. I mean, he's in a must-win situation, I'm an e4, e5 guy, and I went on to play like this. I mean, sometimes I just get completely crazy. I don't know, already too much chess it seems, yeah.
It's funny, I'm looking at half these positions where you're saying, yeah, white's slightly better, and I'm just going, yeah, typical Nidorf, that's fine for black, absolutely fine.
No. Maybe a long time ago, but nowadays it's not, yeah. So basically that's why I spent all this time to avoid this knight d5, because I had painful memories, but okay, finally I drew the game by miracle.
I also had painful memories, actually, because I played this position after bishop g5, bishop b7. I had one game against Maxime Wachier-Lagrave like 4 years ago, and he completely crushed me in 25 moves. But I knew that I was better in that game after the opening, and I knew how to improve. Okay. So I was happy with the outcome of the opening, but yeah, still some bad memories.
Yeah, because somehow it felt to me that you are playing with so much confidence and you are making all the right moves. And actually here after bishop b7, queen d2, if I would have not spent already so much time, I would have spent some more time on b5, because I did consider it seriously.
But I think I can just Can I take? Yeah.
I was afraid that it might be still preparation for you. That was my basically the problem. And take, and then how you play.
Okay. If rook a8, you.
It wasn't obvious for me why it doesn't work, to be honest. But
rook a8.
okay, takes then takes.
Knight b5. You just bishop bishop.
Knight b5, then knight
Just
e4.
Knight e4. You want.
No, here knight e4 I cannot, but
Yeah,
I
bishop
can
you
take
have.
bishop e4. Yeah, no, here I can take bishop e4. No, because I thought that you should.
Yeah. Now there's nothing.
Yeah, and then it's okay. I thought that you cannot take. Finally, what
Knight
bothered me maybe that you just play some b4 and then next queen d3. And that's where I came in the element that maybe it's still a preparation, that
And if
maybe
knight
this is
b5?
just way too early. If knight b5,
instantly?
then I take first. No, I take here. I take now here.
Bishop e7.
Bishop e7, knight d2, bishop d8. Yeah, there was this line. I was
Knight f1 or
I was finally wondering that, yeah, who has, because this guy is hanging now.
rook a8.
Yeah, rook a8, bishop a8, and when
Yeah.
takes
Bishop.
rook d8, I'm attacking your bishop.
Unbelievable
Well, but
line.
bishop e7 maybe.
When? I mean takes, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
takes,
bishop
takes,
e7.
bishop e7. Yeah, I have rook b8. Probably it's gonna be a draw
Yeah.
after all, but I don't know. It's a very strange position.
Yeah. Really
Yeah.
complex.
Yeah, I mean, there was this.
Could be good for black also.
Yeah, could be good. Yeah, I mean, somehow by feeling I was worried of b4 here, with the idea of queen d3 fixing this
Maybe,
pawn,
yeah.
and I was not sure how comfortably to protect this pawn, actually. And if it's suddenly engine says it's 0-60 here, and I'm losing this pawn, then it's
Guys, I'm going to have to hurry you up because we've got a queue, but also I'm looking at some of the games and thinking, I'm looking at this and wondering what's going on. But can we just dash through the
Okay.
this is
Yeah,
very
because,
subtle.
Actually,
Yeah,
my game
no,
against
no.
Russia was rook c8 instead of queen c7, which I think is the correct, the best move. But oh, I didn't know b5. Rook c8, rook fd1, rook c4.
yes.
That was the game, and now I think I played some moves like queen e3, which was not very good, and I think I have to play some h4, but I'm not sure if it's right here or b3 first. Maybe b3, rook c5, h4, or h4 directly. I couldn't remember exactly.
Yeah, I wasn't 100% sure. So where this
But
rook
this is
is
one
heading.
idea for black also, rook c4.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, but
Yeah.
I wanted to make some moves already quickly, but yeah, this rook f8, this h4 was very unpleasant.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was hoping that, okay, if white doesn't really find the plan, then okay, it's also not so easy to make a move with white. And okay, my next move is rook b8, I slowly prepare b5, and contrary to the other position, my piece is already ready for counterplay on the c file.
Yes.
But after h4, suddenly it was a cold shower, and I realized that I have 0 chances here to do anything, basically. And after rook a8, bishop h3, rook d8,
Yeah.
all I could come up with that next I'm gonna go g6, king g7, and it's very useful
Yeah.
and not easy for you to find a plan. But
Exactly.
But definitely
if I play
white is
some
better.
f3, you can play b5. Yeah.
F3 then
that's the
b5. Yeah,
problem.
I mean
And,
this is you cannot really go king g2 yet.
maybe
so-
queen e3 was an idea.
Yeah, I was expecting queen e3. Anyway, wanted to go g6.
Yeah.
I think because I have to. Here's already
Yeah,
some
it's not
takes,
so easy to-
takes. Queen f3 is a threat. Yeah, if I just play, for example, let's suppose this, then white has this idea of
Yeah.
just taking, and queen f3. Okay, now I have here exactly. I have queen g4, but in many of these lines, even this can end up in some unpleasant endgame. It's suddenly my
Yeah.
bishops are very bad. Knight c3, knight e3, and so on. So plenty of problems.
Yeah.
So already I regretted my night of decision. I mean, not at that point, already much before.
Again, I'm just thinking, yeah, black's fine.
I don't think. I think
No,
white,
not in order.
white should be slightly better
Yeah.
here, but it's not so easy
But-
to find the
But
good plan.
the thing is, when one is used to playing these positions, then you can tolerate a lot.
Yeah.
I think that's the point.
Yes, but the question is, you have to tolerate or you don't. Yeah, I would
You
prefer
don't-
not to tolerate
you don't need
anything.
to tolerate. Yeah, but there are also chances for activity as well. So
Yeah.
it's not
Well,
so
okay,
clear.
so basically I completely sure that white is better, but I understood that Nico's situation of the tournament is perfect, so that's why I was also afraid of the Rook E1 Berlin, because in that moment of time, why should he not do it?
Sure.
Yeah.
Kind of, it's so. But we can go to the Hou Yifan game.
Well,
if you
yes,
have
I'm
any
just curious to
question.
see what's happening there. If I want to see how we reach this position for a start. So
Yeah,
we left
could
the position around here, and this has happened,
Yeah, this is where I saw the position. Yes.
and oh, okay. Let me take this in. So this
Well,
was,
I mean, basically, if black is not doing anything active and concrete, then white just tricked black, yeah, because white got the two bishops. So it was kind of all very precise calculation from both sides.
okay. So this is
And
happening.
you have to judge things.
So Queen G6.
Yes, Queen D5.
So has Raphael just blundered? Or no?
I'm
hang
not
on.
sure. No, I mean, he might be winning, or he might be
Or
just
losing.
a draw, or he might be losing. But I mean, he has this Queen H7 checks.
Okay, let's have a look.
But black can go King E7 and Rook G7. Yeah, this is
It looks good for black.
okay. Bishop G6 check. Then you have to go King F6. But why not? Yeah, and now Queen H6 is a slut. Yeah, no, Bishop G6 is not a move.
If Queen G6, just King E7.
Yeah, Queen G6 and King E7. That was kind of the problem. And Queen takes G7, Rook F7, and no checks
Hmm.
at the moment. Yeah, and then it's not good.
Then we better defend this one.
Queen G3.
Queen G3, yeah.
Yeah, but then Queen F4. I mean, then it's just bad.
Mm.
I mean, White's position is not for defending them. So hang on.
Yeah,
How did
very
it?
weak.
Then maybe Raphael missed Bishop takes G2, or maybe he just thought that it cannot be that it's not winning.
Yeah.
But if it's not winning, it might be bad. Yeah. So where does the position stand after
So-
Queen takes D2? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's the position we've got on the board here. White to play.
Then does White have a safety net?
Ah, no, he's taken. I've just seen.
Looking at this position while you do chat, and black's completely winning.
Black is winning. Yeah.
Joe, Joe's been analysing, and Joe reckons he's just off camera, just for there.
B4 was just a blunder. Sorry.
Yeah.
B4 is just a blunder, apparently. There we are. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, because there are not enough pieces. There are very little ideas. If Queen
Yeah.
G6 doesn't work, then
Hmm.
that's
Best
it.
chance was Queen takes F5 instead of Queen takes G6.
Queen takes F5 instead of Queen G6.
Yeah, certainly not something Raphael wanted to get from this position. Yeah, I mean,
Probably not. No.
he might have just missed this Queen G5 check, because this is very easy to miss. You
Yeah.
think previously that okay, this is just better for you,
Hmm.
because I have the feeling that White had the impression that he was outplaying black a little bit. Yeah, I mean this Queen H5 and getting the two bishops out of the position might have given him the wrong impression that he is playing for something, but in fact maybe he had no right to play for something, and Hou Yifan had foreseen all this. And hang on, instead of B4, does White have a move 20 here? Because okay, White got the two bishops, but B3 and A3 pawns are hanging. Yeah, these are the problems. Yeah, you cannot protect them.
Yeah, looks like a problem, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, okay, you have some Queen G5, H4, H5 ID. I mean, this dark square bishop is so strong. That's why it might give the wrong impression that White is the one pressing. I mean, Queen G5 maybe was a move. But it's like all in, yeah? It's all in move. I don't know.
Maybe we take and then just come back to E7.
Yeah,
Something simple.
yeah, exactly. You can go back.
So just come back
then
again.
it just doesn't work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then there is a problem of defending the pawn, yeah?
Yeah.
No good way.
Okay, well, just a quick recap. We're at that position with Vaganian to play. I think we'll probably get Etienne and David up here now. So Nico and Peter, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've had another game finished, and that's Etienne Beko against David Navara, which ended in a draw. Yeah, I'm looking at that final position, and that looks fairly dry to me.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, David. How are you?
I'm fine.
Good.
Okay.
Let's get Etienne here as well before we launch in. Well, I'll hand the mouse over to you. So critical moments.
Okay, so this time I was even prepared, but I was thinking for a long time here because the problem was that some time ago I sent to a friend some analysis of this line, and I recommended other move for black in this position. I mean, I put an exclamation mark to another move. So in the meantime, I realized that it was not going to be so simple and so on. So I more or less remembered my analysis of the other option, but they were not maybe not so thorough. I mean, there could be some holes in my analysis. So in the end, I went for knight c6, but I have to admit that I was not ready for knight takes c6 today. I mean, I looked at this several days earlier, preparing for some other Sicilian defense, but right now I couldn't recall it, and I knew this idea was h5, h6, of course. I have been playing a similar line in Scheveningen some time ago. I mean, not the city, but in this one. Okay, so I played rook b8 quickly, and now okay, I saw something like this in my preparation, but I didn't quite remember where to put the rooks and whether I should take on e3 or not. And I realized that without proper preparation, it would be a suicide to go for something like this. I mean, if black chooses the correct combination of moves, it might be even fine. It was played in some correspondence games in a similar position, but you cannot just play like this when you don't remember it. Okay, computers perhaps can play like this, but I didn't feel like a computer, for I like playing chess. So okay, so e5. Okay, I believe b4 is probably slightly better for white, even though I might be wrong. I mean, if I take on e4, white takes
take e7 and
yes,
d6.
yes, exactly. And if I take rook, if I play rook a4 instead, I believe white can just play king b1. Or, yes.
Maybe.
Okay, and now I was mostly afraid of e takes d5. I don't know, maybe it's fine for black, but I have a little experience with such positions, so I was not really sure about it. And I played f5. That's why I didn't put my rook on c8, because I wanted to avoid some bishop h3 ideas. I was surprised to see bishop d3 because I expected f3.
Sorry, by the way, do you mind if we just go back a moment, just here? Well, when we looked this up on the database, we saw that f3 had been played in this position. I don't know, Etienne, you were aware of...
No, but here I for sure mistaken, because black had a comfortable game.
Yeah.
So I don't know, maybe f3 here or gf, knight f6, f3 is the main, but...
Yeah, f3. I mean, David, how did you assess the position after f3?
Okay, I didn't know it, of course.
Yeah.
What do you expect me
But
to
David played so fast e5 and f5 that I wanted to play something quite safe.
Yeah.
But f3, yes.
No,
now it looks not that bad, yeah, f3. But maybe...
Well, it's very double-edged still.
Maybe just taken b4 now, I don't know.
Taken b4.
Okay, I would be...
Or taken even rook, I don't know.
I would be afraid of some ideas with g6 and h6. Maybe it doesn't work so far.
No, not before. Yeah, but okay, it was unclear to me. This.
Yeah. By the way, in this game, black played f4 in that position.
Yep. Okay, that's what.
I can't remember what happened next,
No.
but I mean, this
Yes.
is it's very a knight b6, yeah,
Yes,
but it's very complicated. Anyway, the game.
I expected.
F3, and here we both thought A5 is unclear.
Yes. I hoped I would not get mated on G7 here. Okay. I also considered B4, but the problem is that white can simply take and play B3, and then I have to care about bishop C4 check, and I mean I can sacrifice an exchange, but it doesn't look so convincing. Maybe now it is fine, but under different circumstances it could be a problem. I mean, there is knight D5 in the air.
Okay,
after-
but start with A5, yeah? It's more
Yes, I agree. A5 is probably fine for black. So bishop D3. Now I was also considering playing B4 and something like this, perhaps B3 to prevent queen A5, because then white would just play king B2, and now I considered this. It seems to me that black has a fair compensation for the exchange, but okay, nothing more. It's about equal, probably. If I take here, white can at least take.
Okay, it might be that knight D5 was also a move,
Where? Here?
no?
Okay, if I take and play queen A5, at least I'm not worse, because after C3 I can take here. Or can I not? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. It looks like I have something like a perpetual here,
Yes,
even
yes.
though I'm not even.
Okay,
I'm not.
it's too complicated.
Yes, yes,
Okay, knight G4 is normal. Why
yes. I agree.
not? It looks normal for black, yeah, after knight.
Yes, there was also a small trap, but okay, it's too trivial. Okay, rook G1, and now I thought that if I would succeed in putting my bishop on G5, I would be fine, or maybe more than fine. So that's what I tried to do. Okay, I can also play something else, but okay, H6 is probably fine. To be honest, only here I noticed that the intermediate move, Queen G3. So I believe this should be fine for black. I don't know how much fine, perhaps Rook G2, because after such a move I can also consider playing Rook F7. I think this bishop is holding white's position, but it's not playing so much. Okay.
Yeah, Joe was trying to convince me that white was doing okay there, but I played with black. I was solid. I don't think it's possible to get any advantage at all.
Yes, and here there was bishop takes, queen G3.
Yes, I also considered this, but basically it's fighting for a draw.
Yeah.
I mean, black should probably be able to save a draw here, but I was not in a mood to fight for a draw like this. Apart from that, king d2 can be a bit annoying, because if I play king h7, I have to reckon on rook g6 here. Here. So it's annoying. So okay, queen g3, and now again mentioned rook f7. To be honest, I just missed that I could put my queen on g8, but it doesn't look very inspiring anyway, at least to me. I might be wrong, I don't know. But okay, I will try bishop f5. Okay, there is still
Okay, fate, yeah.
queen h7, okay, but... okay, at the first sight it doesn't look so good, but maybe now it's quite fine, but I'm not sure if white cannot improve on this line. Okay, there are also moves like queen f3.
Yeah, I would have played queen f3 and rook e1.
Yes.
Okay, you need
For
bishop g5, yeah?
yes,
And rook e1.
yes, I agree.
Okay, I thought it was not so clear.
Yes,
It's looking fine for white, yeah?
Yes.
Maybe it's even better.
yes. Okay, I played bishop f6. I liked this, but then I spotted such a move, queen f3, or maybe even queen g2 could be interesting, but perhaps then I have some ideas with f3. Or maybe not, maybe there is bishop, maybe there is queen g4, bishop e5, bishop f4 check. Okay, I don't know. I would like to look at queen f3 now, because now black needs to be careful in order not to get mated on h7. I mean, there's...
What if you take?
Oh, yes, I somehow haven't realized I could play queen g8. I would have realized it, and I did now when talking about the game, but I didn't see it during the game. I also considered e4, but it's a bit problematic if white just takes like this. If I don't know. Okay, perhaps it's fine, because this should be equal, I think. I have bishop d4. I'm going to recapture the pawn, and a draw is not far away. Okay, so takes. Okay, if I take, it's okay. White can at least take and play a rook f1 with equality, and apart from that, there is such a crazy line. Okay, perhaps here. I don't know. I was saying that I cannot win here, and I don't know if I might have problems or not. I mean, white can also play king e2 at some point, but I just saw that such an option was dangerous for me. At least, okay, it's probably perpetual here, because I cannot. Oh, I can go here. Now with the queen on c3, it's fine. I just
but I can take e5, yeah, so why to do this?
Yes, I agree.
I think after bishop take e5, I need to play queen g6, no?
Yes, probably. Because otherwise
you get b4.
Yes. Okay.
No.
And then...
And okay, it's just a draw.
Yes, I was trying to get some initiative, but it's just a draw. Okay, white could also play king b1, king a2 here. Basically everything should be a draw.
Yeah. Okay, but, well, a very interesting game with both sides trying to attack. But can we, just before you go, let's get your opinion on this position.
What about bishop a4? Isn't it winning on the spot? Oh, queen b2, knight e4. Maybe then it's, okay, I don't know. Maybe it's not so straightforward. But okay, maybe knight e4, threatening queen f3 or knight g5. I don't like black's position. Bishop d3, knight g5. It looks bad to me. I might be wrong. Okay, but I don't like it.
Yeah, it looks promising, doesn't it?
I think that promising is a mild expression.
Yes.
In such a case.
Understatement.
Yes.
And this one, ooh, let's see, we left the position here. And...
Okay.
Black to move.
Black is winning. The question is only how. Okay, I mean queen f4 is probably winning for bishop e4 fails to rook h7 here. So white cannot but exchange the queens, and then it's technically winning for black. And now when I found one way to victory, I can look and can search for another one. So maybe a rook h7 immediately threatening rook d8, even though white can still take on d8. But okay, it looks very bad for white. I mean, it is very bad, but I don't know. Queen f4 is winning for sure, but not so quickly, and perhaps there is something even stronger.
Okay, fantastic. We'll leave you there. Thanks very much for joining us.
You are welcome.
Good luck tomorrow. Okay, let's switch back. We need to have a look at the game between Ponomariov and Pantalahari Krishna, which has arrived at that position where it's all kicking off. We left the position ages ago here, where we thought the black was okay. But somehow, let's just zip through these moves. Ah, bishop f4 check.
Yeah, that was the point.
We didn't look at that, did we?
No. Well, we only quickly, I don't know, let's not beat ourselves up too much. So that's basically, he has a choice here. He could take back. He gave up a pawn.
Could take back and...
I assume bishop takes h2, f4.
Can we play...
Then he plays maybe d4.
d4, knight g6?
Or knight g6.
Can I free the bishop like that?
He probably overlooked something, didn't he, around this sequence of moves. Maybe he overlooked the bishop f4 move as well.
Could be. So it's gone, takes, and black has won a pawn. Now, that's a beautiful knight,
Yeah.
but
Say white's got, I would bet half a pawn's worth of comp. Not quite a whole pawn.
very easy for black to just creep forward, though. Oh, now it's kicking off. Because...
So, took a pawn. Bishop's only got one square. And now black's threatening two rooks.
Mm-hmm. Ooh. Well, the best that white can hope for is a draw.
No. He's got some comp, especially after his next move. I think that's the point. Bishop e3. So he's attacking g5 of g4, bishop g5. And he's going to win back a pawn. I think either the d pawn or the g pawn it was.
Okay, so white has one pawn for the exchange.
Yeah, I was having a little look at this position. It's probably slightly better for black, but not. White's got quite a bit of comp. But it's very, very complicated. They've played quite quickly, 39 moves already. See their time?
Yeah, 29 minutes remaining.
So they've just whizzed through such a complicated game, taking no time at all.
Yeah, interesting. 29. Excuse me.
Hare Krishna's only used an hour.
Yeah, 29 minutes for white. No, Hare Krishna has 12 minutes left.
Oh, sorry, Hare Krishna's 12. Ponomariov's only used an hour.
Yeah.
Roughly on the game.
And they're almost at the time control. All right, well, that bishop's attacked, so we better do something with it. Defend it.
It's a very, very tricky position. I think all three results are still possible, to be honest.
Really?
You know.
Okay,
well,
I've just spotted this.
Yeah, I mean, the black king's quite exposed. I assume white is black is better, but sort of position where things can go wrong.
Okay, so what if I play... So we need to be a bit sturdier here.
Maybe rook. You're going to defend it with your rook.
Rook, yeah.
And now we...
It's true, black's pawns are a little bit loose.
Maybe I don't. F4 move would be. We don't. Do we want to play F4?
Don't think so.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Why do you not want to play F4? Because it opens lines for the rooks, or we're not
know.
too worried about E4 because then we can blockade with King E3
Okay.
and the black squares, and then I'm beginning to quite like white if we can.
Well, I think I've got to take it because if this...
Yeah.
Well, I was actually wondering whether that worked.
Yeah, perhaps that as well.
Because now check.
Yeah, I think you have to take the pawn. Yeah.
Actually, let's just look at it because this is a funny draw by perpetual.
Okay.
Well, if... I mean, white
should be thinking of playing on actually.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I don't know if F4 is a good move. I'm
All right,
just
let
trying
me
to get
take.
more scope for.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Probably is. Yeah, and then just take back. Maybe it's not. Maybe not F4.
But it's okay, definite
Not too
comp
bad.
for white. Yeah.
Not too bad. He's got knight B7 ideas as well. Maybe trying to get.
Well, I'd like to get the A pawn somehow.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
I think.
So he's probably made a good practical decision to go in for this.
Oh, definitely. Considering the situation that was on the board. I mean, you know, maybe objectively black has the better chances, but it's complicated. And it's not too bad for white, I would say.
Very interesting. I'm trying to find some way to control it or hoover. Oh, wait a second. What if I play... Can I play rook c8?
If you do that move, we can just take on e6 and take on e5, and we've got 2 pawns for the
Two
exchange.
pawns.
Unless you can go some rook c8 move, and we can't defend c2. Maybe you can play rook hc8 here.
Yeah.
But
Feels
even here, I think c4 is enough for a draw.
Well, I was going to say, I was just looking at that one. Also
Yeah.
just too many pawns coming off the board.
Yeah, no problems. Looks like a draw.
Yeah. Well, I've just seen Hari Krishna's played Rook B E8 in this position.
That looked like the best chance to keep. So, don't really want to play the move F4, but so maybe the E5 pawn's a target as well.
Well, what if I just chase this pawn?
Yeah. Well, maybe the bishop on G5 is slightly unstable, but white's tight. Yeah.
Someone in the comments just asked me, am I coming to St. Louis after this tournament? That would be lovely. But no, I'm going on holiday instead. There we are.
And I'm not going to St. Louis either.
No. Okay. Yeah, you heard it here first. Yeah, what about Rook A6?
What about Rook H5? This bishop's a little bit unstable on G5.
It is. Well, I'm coming back to your move F4 now.
You don't want to play Bishop D8, I suppose.
Bishop D8. Good.
Attacking the pawn on A5.
You might just take it.
We won't go there.
We won't go there. What about F4? Oh boy.
Well, I mean,
it's not bad.
I wouldn't be too upset with white in this position, considering we lost a pawn on move 20. I think this is an improvement on being a pawn down.
Yeah.
I mean,
it looks very tricky indeed.
Opposite coloured bishops is an advantage for white in this position. And black's pawns are all loose. I mean, I suspect the game will end in a draw somehow, some liquidation.
But I agree, it's very messy indeed, isn't it? Let's go back to Vaganian against Hou Yifan. Now, we left it about here, and she played the move Queen F4 as suggested. Well, I think it's a very good pragmatic decision, actually.
This position must be technically winning. I mean, exchange for a pawn again, but this is a completely different scenario to the position we just saw. The rooks are very active, the queenside pawns are very vulnerable.
Yep.
And maybe even the black king will be able to march in on the black squares later if rooks are exchanged for sure.
Well, I think
lost. Would you say?
I think it's resignable actually.
You
almost.
just think it's resignable.
Yeah,
because is that the actual position on the board? Or?
Yeah.
So she's threatening to double.
So here,
threatening rook A2.
And the rook can't move off because, well, for all kinds of reasons. But we can just check it back.
This looks all over.
I think it is.
So that will mean that Hou Yifan will take the lead in the tournament.
She will. Yeah.
Because
fantastic.
Nico drew. Hari Krishna still going, and who was the other player on? Etienne drew as well. Etienne back row is still joint leader.
Yeah.
So if this will be, as you predicted before the game, she's probably got the best run in. She's playing Nico tomorrow.
Nico in the last round, yeah.
So Nico will have to win with black to win the tournament. That's a good incentive for him. You think?
Let's go to Morovich against Studer and see how this one is developing. And
my goodness, that queen looks in trouble.
Yeah, it does. Let's just see how we got there, because we left the position somewhere around here. The pawn marched on. A6 stopped it. Now H5. Queen B5.
Well, just the bishop's probably in some, I don't know, his position's quite bad. He's trying for some sort of white square blockade, but his queen has just got in trouble. Of course, he couldn't take on A5 because the bishop D7 check.
Yeah, let's just show that.
Standard little.
So Queen B2, Knight E4. Well, exactly as David had suggested, but it does look very natural indeed. And as he pointed out, this is now a possibility, which could
maybe, yeah.
And
it's actually a serious threat. Knight G5.
Yeah, and also this and...
The black position looks terrible. Perhaps this is winning as well. It's not been a great game so far, I would say.
No. Well, okay, let's
play h6 or something, maybe.
Yeah.
Bishop e7 to stop knight g5. And now can we just trap the queen or not? Rook b1?
Oh, rook b1 anyway.
Just wondering if there's forcing queen a2.
I was just wondering if we could play queen f3 and rook b1 instead.
Okay.
Oh no, let's play bishop d3 here, by the way.
So allowing knight g5.
What happens on this move?
Seems to win on the spot.
Does he want to take here?
Okay, perhaps that's just, he's giving up another exchange. But this doesn't, is it? Is this knight takes f7, threatening to win a rook, so...
It looks like a forlorn hope to me.
So after we just play knight takes rook. Maybe.
Well, he's played knight g5, by the way.
He's played knight g5 very quickly, has he? So.
Yeah.
So that basically.
Well, I don't. Can we just take this? I mean.
Yeah, I don't see a move myself.
It's a whole rook.
It's a whole rook, so it's got to be something big. I don't see any tricks or.
It's gone.
The knight's not getting trapped.
I've just been told that apparently Yifan has won the game. Maybe we can switch to that board just very quickly. Yep, there we go. Signing the score sheets. And so she takes the lead in the tournament. Fantastic result.
So the position was probably roughly level, I would have thought. And he overlooked this trick with bishop takes g2, wonderful trick.
I suppose so, yeah.
Maybe he missed queen g5, check, winning the rook on d2. It was a nice point.
Yeah.
It was more complicated than it even seemed.
Yeah, it could be. But, sorry, just to cut back to Studer against Morovich. Noel has taken on c3, but we don't quite see what the problem is. Why we can't just take here. I mean, there might well be other moves apart from knight f7.
Well,
Well, I was just wondering if there's some kind of...
And still maybe rook d4 and then rook c1. Well, first of all, let's look at knight f7, because if he has to move the bishop, then we can take on h8 and then we can pin afterwards. So it looks like we're winning a whole rook.
Bishop b4?
Bishop b4. Okay, now
probably rook e3.
So now we're threatening rook takes bishop. And we're threatening two rooks.
Doesn't help, does it?
So he's probably losing.
Looks like it.
He can't move his bishop. So can he get some position to exchange down with play? And that must be his idea. If we go back to knight takes f7. Is there any move here?
It looks desperate.
What about queen takes d4? And if knight takes... Well, we've got a choice, haven't we? I was looking at bishop c5, but just trying to get some sort of play. But maybe we can even take on d8.
Okay, let's do that. So bishop c5, queen f3.
Well, but that's the sort of position he can take. Rook. Now we can play rook takes d8 with some. I suspect white could take the rook on. Maybe that's sort of.
It might be the best
that we've seen so far. Maybe we need a
take the other one.
Yeah.
Here and how about that one?
Yeah. Or I was looking at queen f3 as well. Perhaps.
Just want to come here.
Yeah.
Well, it should be winning, but it's
Maybe you can play some rook f8 move and try and.
Maybe. I suspect there's going to be one really clean move here.
Yeah. He just went for it very quickly. I'm sure he's analysed that because he had lots of choice in that position.
I think I'm gonna move over.
We'll join the play.
So we've been joined by Hou Yifan, who's just won her game. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's going very well.
Wow, I mean, the game actually not so clear start from very beginning.
You have a lot of experience in this line. I've seen quite a lot of your games.
Yeah, but actually they were all rapid and blitz games, not any classical ones.
Right.
And like years ago.
Okay. So you had to refresh your memory.
Well, kind of during the game, but okay. I mean, this is a kind of typical idea for black. And somehow rook d1, queen c7. Yeah, here I thought Vaganian did a very interesting option to play c4, because otherwise black might have something like cd knight e4, some play.
Yeah, and sometimes you have b5 as
Yes.
well. Yeah.
And here I was kind of thinking to go which kind of structure. I mean, of course, you could play something like this. But it's not so clear.
No.
Yeah.
We didn't think it was clear either.
We actually looked at that
Okay,
position,
so
knight
90
h4, g3, and
Yes.
we were looking. It was interesting.
Yeah, somehow white still keep some initiatives. Okay, I decided to go kind of more concrete lines and the CDs, and I have to take with the bishop because CD might face rook c2. Yeah, I'm kind of trying to get this isolated pawn, but somehow not successfully. Now queen's kind of nowhere. Cannot queen b8 because of knight d7. Otherwise, the bishop
okay.
could take on d4 at least. And
Right.
not to mention there were still some attacking chances when this bishop is kind of open.
Right.
Okay, so I decided to go on d5. And yeah, queen h5 looks very natural. And here, of course, I was thinking between... Okay, basically they were knight g6, also g6, but g6 looks a bit tricky because white will have queen h4, and this should have enough compensation. And if knight f5, probably white has some idea like this, and then this bishop can be opened at least. So should be fine. Okay, so knight g6 is also possible, but then I don't like d takes c5. Okay, so if you want to hold the game, you have to take on c5 back to d6, but it's although the white pieces is a little bit uncoordinated and these pawns are a little bit weak, I'm trying to control the c file, but it's still like 2 moves by bishop shouldn't. Why should hold some ways? Okay, so I decided to go for f5, but then I need to kind of exchange of this dark squared bishop. Okay, I found this knight g6. I mean, white is kind of lacking a tempo, trying to secure all the pawns and trying to keep this bishop.
Right.
I mean, if he could do on time, trying to keep everything, then black shouldn't be anything.
Yeah. Had you seen this trick? Had you already visualized the trick here?
Well, kind of. I do believe because there are so many threats.
Yeah.
Even Vaganian mentioned to me he was also a little bit worried of knight e5 because. Also, rook f6, rook is coming somewhere.
Right.
So already should be quite promising, but probably white could try to go back first. But anyway, if you want, you can have knight e5, I think, at least. And also to mention, you could probably simple play to go back the bishop. And all these pieces are looks kind of weird. But okay, of course, I thought after this one, it should be winning.
Well, it's a lovely trick. It's very nice. Trick, sorry. That sounds a bit cheap. It's not. It's very nice. And he must have overlooked this? Or
Yeah. Well, so far it looks like. I mean, he was thinking knight e5, and he was saying something like queen g5, rook f6. He's a little bit worried with all the knight f3, rook g6 is coming, but I thought at least there were some plays, so maybe this is even more simple, more direct.
Absolutely. No, it worked perfectly.
Yeah. Okay, so later on after this kind of forced lines, because, I mean, if this line, then, oh, sorry, you take d4, rook c3, and it's already very, very, very exposed for white's position. So he kind of has to hoping to get something, but not really.
Yeah, no, nothing there.
Yeah, of course, I was of course, there were other possibilities maybe to win more stronger, but okay, I thought this end game should be enough. I mean, there could be something like this. Maybe trying to get use of this even more weaker kings, but okay.
But yeah, it's hard to argue with what you played though. It's very convincing. Yeah, no, it looks very nice game. Yeah, well thought through. So just one game to go.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think that probably leaves you in clear first place. I think, is that right?
For the moment.
For the moment,
so.
I can't think who else is there.
But
well,
Harry
Krishna.
better.
Harry Krishna.
Of course, Harry Krishna. Yeah,
He's
yeah,
playing
yeah.
this interesting position against Ponomariov.
Yeah, actually, let's have a look at that because it's actually, if you don't mind, we'll just keep you for a moment because this is very interesting.
Oh wow!
This position. This is the position. No, we were analysing.
Oh,
some
F4
nonsense.
he played.
No. This is the actual position. He hasn't played anything yet. We were analysing earlier.
Yeah, F4 looks interesting because knight d3 will have king g6, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We thought either rook a6 or f4 were quite decent moves.
Yeah.
We weren't sure. Rook a6 or
rook
f4.
a6, rook h5, f4.
Maybe this is more, but do you have something like rook h5?
But then, well, we actually transposed because we tried rook a6, rook h5, f4.
Ah, okay.
We like rook a6 to, I think, yeah, for first, maybe.
I mean, I suppose the problem is there's no real threat off rook h5, but I don't know. We couldn't see a way for black to somehow simplify or get control.
So you think this kind of exchange shouldn't be winning, right? Okay, this h2 is kind of protected.
Yeah, we thought that somehow white was okay. It's because black can't simplify.
Rook c8.
Rook c8. Rook c8 here.
No.
Yes, that's a problem.
Yeah, that's a good move.
So maybe we go with our rook a6 line first.
Rook a6 is probably the best.
What's your first impression?
Well, how to say, it's not clearly winning for black, but of course he has much more chances. But this pawn is very important to keep, I thought, and trying to activate the rooks.
But very hard to control. Really hard for black to control.
Yes, easy to actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I thought f4, e4. This should be not very good for black.
Yeah, we were looking at this and suddenly, well, this is perpetual if you want it. Well,
very
anyway.
Good. But even like this king e3, I mean, probably kind of stuck for black.
Yeah.
So he should kind of open the position.
I've just seen he's played something different. He's just played knight
okay,
d3.
but then king g6.
Okay, let's have a look. Well, over to you.
King g6, f4.
Yes.
Maybe this is also interesting. But
e4?
e4? Yeah, king goes to f5 somehow.
Do we have to play f4?
Anyway, next move, king f5.
Yeah, bishop e3. Right. Straight down to the h pawn.
Yes.
Yeah, very interesting. Yeah. Okay, that's. Well, this game could still go on a very long time.
Yes. Could
Listen, we don't want to keep you. You have an important game tomorrow. So, well, many congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, good luck tomorrow.
Thanks.
Fantastic. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, I think what we might do now is we'll take a short break. We'll be back in maybe 10 minutes because, of course, Morovich against Studer is coming to a critical point in the game. But I think we need to take a short break. But we will be back fairly soon. Welcome back to our coverage of round 8, and we've been joined by Alexander Morovich, who's just won his game against Noel Studer. So, Alexander, how was that for you in general?
Well, this 96 was I was taken by surprise because I think last time I looked at this position, it was like 3 or 4 years ago, and my memory completely betrayed me here. So I suddenly understood I have no idea how to proceed, because I remember that knight c3 is a kind of the main move, knight b6 and then bishop b5. But then because against me most of the guys were playing knight b6, and then of course it's a big difference because knight already goes to b6, and then okay, there's normally knight c6, knight e2, and I have played like 3 or 4 games like that. So, and okay, this is considered to be one of so-called main lines here. But knight c6 of course also exists, and I think that knight c3, knight b6, bishop b5, maybe some bishop d7, then e6, a6, knight b4, I think should be played something like this. But at least black is much more passive here, because the bishop will probably not land somewhere on a5. This knight e2 I think is not really well. After bishop e5, I think black is just fine, because they didn't spend the tempo for knight b6, and also the bishop is already on f5, so black is quite comfortable here. f3, queen d7, knight c3. I think that he could also play something sharp like this. Bishop e3, f6. This is, I think this may be even something theoretical, but okay, black of course can play like this. Because f4 white hardly will go, and if we take, then he has also some counterplay. Okay, we'll maybe push b4 or something, but black has basically quite a nice play here. Okay, this of course is by no means a mistake, but just a very calm move. Now position resembles a lot Caro-Kann, yeah? But okay, everything he needs is just to put the pawn on c6. And here I spent lots of time, and somehow, because I was playing this Caro-Kann type of the position, and I thought that white need to play precisely to keep some initiative. Okay, this move looks very slow, but on the other hand, some direct moves I also didn't like that much. I mean, some knight g3 or some other moves, some deep prophylactics like bishop e2, but I thought, okay, he can go c6, and what is my next move? So I decided, okay, to bring rook to c1 should be maybe a good idea. I could also play bishop e3 with the same idea to go rook c1. But then in some lines I didn't like that, okay, he can take on a3, or he can change the bishop like this, because I don't have f3 move in none of the lines. So, and that's why I played bishop d2. Okay, knight b6 is maybe okay. This is also okay. Knight g3. Here was the first moment which I don't know. He could just, I thought, simplify like this. Go to this type of the position. It's quite interesting. White, of course, keeps some initiative, but he has good blockade here. If any f4, then just f5, and still it's quite a long way to white to find some way to break through. And positionally, all the endgames are better for black, because I have this weak pawn on the 3. Okay, now my central pawn is protected. I can try to use maybe to bring knight to e4, then maybe to unblock the squares. But in general, I feel that it's quite okay for black.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say, could you avoid the trade of bishops and just play bishop b1?
Yes, okay, but then c5. I think black starts immediately playing the center, so.
Okay. Anyway, it's a different game.
It's, I mean, it's not that easy for white to answer, because he just attacks the pawn, and it's a little bit annoying. So, okay, bishop g6 is not a mistake. Okay, I played h4. Okay, the basic idea that once I'm allowed to keep the pieces, of course, it's very tempting to play this. I mean, it's of course the first intention, but here's the problem, because he has this move. Otherwise, I think white should be slightly better. But queen f4, and it's not easy to respond. Because bishop b3, he simply takes a pawn. And if queen g4, then h5. and it's also not. So I mean, basically, I need to avoid changing queens, but it's not that easy to do. So the idea of h4 is just to prepare actually this move, because okay, if h5, then of course I'm very happy after bishop g5. So normal move I thought would be h6. Then I can go this, and now this. And the important nuance that I can go this. And he doesn't have any more h5.
Yeah. We should explain queen d4
yeah,
knight
and
check.
Queen d4,
Yeah.
I just give check. Any, this check or this check. So castle, and this is kind of a game. Okay, he still doesn't want to take, but he wants some king bait. And okay, I have some b4 here, maybe moves like this. And try to go knight c5. I thought at least I can fight here because knight on c5 is pretty annoying for black, because then I can try to push pawns, and okay, my opponent on h5 can be weak if he starts some counter attack, but it's quite a long way for black. And here this is extremely risky. I think he just underestimated the f4, because suddenly all his pieces are shaky. He needs to reckon with h5 and he needs to reckon with a5. Here I believe it starts to be really unpleasant for black, because at least here I didn't see some easy way for him to, because okay, a5 is extremely annoying.
It looks tremendous for white, absolutely tremendous.
Yeah. Okay, so after these changes, okay, I played a5 because I didn't want to give him any chances for blockade after a5. So I thought it should be okay. And here I thought that maybe he can bring bishop to s6, and but this of course just position completely lousy. He doesn't have any play. s6 positionally is okay, but then his pieces lacks coordination. Okay, if queen b3 immediately, probably queen b5. So I think that this looks logical. Yeah, here I should play. I don't know, I was calculating lots of lines here, but in none of them. Okay, if c4, he just takes. I mean, rook b1 and takes. This is, I thought, not really clear. Take s6, s6, maybe king b8. And okay, white has some initiative, but it's still far from clear. And queen f3, I was also checking. Rook, probably rook g7, and then c4 takes, rook db1. But finally I think that he has the same ideas. If bishop b3, just he can even take. And it looks fine for black. So so sorry, I closed these games. Okay.
No, it's okay.
Okay, so that's why bishop b3 I thought it's quite okay, because I want rook f4, c4, or I want sometimes bishop f4. I mean, I thought maybe he has this move, c5, trying to complicate a bit. But then I thought that for c5, I thought that I can try some okay, bishop f4, then maybe queen c4, queen f3, maybe like this. Or I can try some, I can make some useful move like this, because he doesn't want to take because of this. So I can maybe make some move like this, intending also some knight g5, bishop f4. I mean, in general, it looks pretty scary for black here. And this, of course, it gives me a fantastic choice. I mean, such moves, because okay, I decided to play the more sharp line because I thought that it should be black should be punished in the fourth way. But even simple taking and rook f4 still looks completely horrible. Okay, this is basically, I don't see any next move for black. I mean, if I just defend the pawn, it looks that black has no moves. So I thought that maybe black will need to go some queen d3, knight e4. But of course, it also looks absolutely horrible, this lonely queen, you know, trying to sharpen things, but I don't believe in such a play. But okay, I thought that this is maybe even more forceful, because I have two threats. I have knight g5 idea, and if this, I have now rook b1. And if he goes here, then this is even better way for white, because he can't basically stop c4, and also he has troubles with the queen now, because if this, I have this, and it looks like white will break it. So, and this I thought is maybe the only practical chance, so we went for this line. I don't know, maybe I missed something, but according to me, I thought that white should keep the keep the material. I didn't see nothing.
We saw nothing. We thought this was just winning.
Yeah, I didn't see. I was checking queen e4, queen b2, queen h4, all this move. If rook h8, I simply take rook d3. Queen f2 goes, queen h4, rook h3. So I didn't see nothing here. So if I'm not mistaken, that white should be winning. So after queen b2, okay, changes. If rook f8, then I have same idea, bishop b3. And if bishop f4, I have rook a2. So there is no any counter attack, and white can so white wins, I think.
Yeah, no, it looked completely convincing. We'll just show people the end of the game because we didn't have a chance to look at it.
Yeah. Yeah, of course he should have traded queens, but the endgame should be lost because if he takes, unfortunately for him, he doesn't have a nice way to protect this e6 pawn after this move because king d7, rook d1, unfortunately. And then I'm grabbing all the pawns. So.
And bishop f5, knight d6.
Yeah, and bishop f5, knight d6, or maybe some other moves. But I mean, obviously, maybe it would be better to put the king here. But yeah, knight d6 takes, and e6. I have the best pawn, so why should be winning without so much problems? And but queen e2 is of course just going nowhere because of this and rook e2.
Okay, and the game finished here, and knight d6.
Yeah, just like this.
Very simple. Okay, so you're back in business in the tournament.
Okay.
Half a point behind.
Yeah.
So Yifan is in the lead, but yeah.
Yeah, but okay. Tomorrow I'm playing Leko with black, so I think
not so easy. There we are. There's the standings.
I think I won none of our classical games with black ever in our life, and in most of them I was suffering and. I mean, so we should not expect some miracle. I think I was winning only in our first classical game in Sarajevo, 99. 99, I was actually winning with black. And since then, never ever. I mean, with white, of course, I think I won at least 3 classical games, and in some of them I was also pressing. But with black, it's ultimate sufferings for me. So just non-stop, yeah. Sometimes I'm lucky to make a draw, sometimes not.
Yeah, but okay, things, when was the last time you played him? It was probably a few years ago.
We played the last classical, I think it was Star Memorial 2014. Of course, I was suffering a lot, but I made a draw.
Yeah, but
I played in
that's 3 years ago.
2011, I was also suffering, but I also made a draw after also suffering. So.
It's ages ago. Things can change.
So I think that I will suffer because of 11 o'clock. I will suffer because it's Leko with black. So.
You're not a morning person. You don't like.
I'm not a morning person. Yes.
Oh.
You're not the only one on the stage.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see. It's years on, and you've changed. He's changed. You never know what can happen.
That's true. After all, it's just one game of chess. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, we look forward to seeing you here tomorrow, and well played.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, let's get back to the one game that we have still in progress, which is this one between Ruslan Ponomariov and Pantalahari Krishna. We left the game here, didn't we, Joe?
After knight d3, yeah. We like rook a6.
Yeah. And we thought but white was okay, actually.
More or less okay, yeah. Hard to say definitively, but...
Steady went knight d3. That was the last move of the time control.
Yeah, Hou Yifan gave us this plan, king g6 to f5. Has that actually happened? Okay.
Well, this has happened.
Okay.
Now, interestingly, if e4, we thought e4, but then knight c5, rook d6 is a slight problem. I was looking at this earlier.
Oh, okay. I didn't.
And I think there's just, well,
threatening to take and take.
Exactly, just taking this pawn. Maybe first of all we blockade with h3.
And the black king get into h3.
Yeah, how do you get there? This is the problem.
Oh, so you're not actually going to take on e6. I mean, no.
Well, I can prep it. Or maybe I can maybe play these moves.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This is.
Well, this is interesting. Bishop g8 obviously prevents that. Now, instead of checking straight away, how about h3? Threatening rook f6 mate.
and so we have to go back to e6. Is that the only move? Is there no other way?
Well,
seems like the only move.
Check here. Still mate.
The knight's still covering e4.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, that's nice. Very nice variation.
So I think in that position, rook d6 is just a really strong move. Suddenly black is in a terrible bind. It's amazing. So the game has gone, takes on f4, takes on f4, king f5, c4. Wow. So what, Joe, what happens on this?
Is he going to check, or is there a check on c5? Is that his idea?
Check. On with the game? I don't know. Am I walking into some mating net again? I'm a bit confused.
Yeah.
Let's go back. I suppose he could just recapture.
Maybe that's his plan. Seems quite strange the way he's played this.
Maybe he just wants to lock the bishop in. Yeah, I'm a bit confused. But anyway, it's gone. c4, rook g8.
Okay.
C4 looks a bit weird to me.
I don't know for sure, but I think the last few moves look to be in black's favour.
Yeah.
Since we left the game at move 40, I think black's position's improved. White's position is not quite as good as it was, but that's my feeling. Rook hg8, so White's position's quite loose, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean this could be some kind of a threat to hem the king in and then come down.
There's no good square for that bishop on f4 in this position, no stable square. So if we take on d5, for example, and
that's what he's just done. He's taken on d5.
All right, and
take.
And rook c5, just out of curiosity. Just go after the pawn on a5, perhaps.
If I play here.
So if we take on a5, you want to go rook g2.
I was hoping that I could.
That looks pretty good, doesn't it?
Do something.
King c3, you can play.
Check.
Check. And now we can still play knight c5. Check. You just take.
I just take.
Very nice.
Yeah, but wait a second. What if I run?
Yeah.
So king takes knight, rook takes. Ooh, king e4.
Now we need rook g5.
Rook g5. This could be losing though.
Could
if
be.
I play h3.
And now we have to play bishop g3.
Oh, saves.
That was close.
Okay, if I
take and play h3, and now take and play h3, threatening rook to c2. Rook c2,
bishop g3.
And then rook takes a2.
Okay, but what if I'm sneaky and play here first?
Okay, that's
because
a nice move.
Well, obviously I take.
So okay, we have to go bishop somewhere like bishop e7, and then you play rook g2, bishop d6, and you take on a2.
Can I?
And
yeah, but then that's tricky. I'm going to try and stop the bishop. Maybe that's all in vain. But so what if I play? I'm going to stop that bishop. If I play here,
I play king c5.
King c5.
It's a big board actually. It's quite hard to stop the bishop.
I'm going to do it. It's probably the wrong square here.
You might do. Yeah, I agree. You might do. Maybe you've just done it. Congratulations. I can't see a way now.
Cracked it. That's on the board. That position is on the board after rook c5. So it's gone c4, rook g8, takes on d5, rook c5, king e4. No, it hasn't gone king e4 yet. Was that all nonsense?
Well, I assume that White has other moves, of course, after king e4. Probably rook takes a5 is not the right move.
Okay. So instead,
probably move to bishop, maybe to somewhere like d6. Then
Yeah.
Then if you want to check, I suppose, maybe you can check and take on a2, and then we can
let's give it a go.
maybe the bishop should be on c7, but then we'd have been pinned in some lines. This looks all very shaky, doesn't it?
Shaky for
white.
Shaky for white. Well, yeah, that's quite a. It's probably quite an important pawn to take because it holds that.
Let's
one.
go back to the position before king e4. So he's going to play king e4 probably, from what we can see.
Yeah.
We could start with rook g2 check as well.
Could do. Yeah.
Maybe rook
Yeah,
g2
maybe
check.
we should do. Yeah.
Just see it,
And then it just makes the king a bit more secure.
I don't like the way this game has gone for white.
Yeah. Probably that move 40, the dreaded move 40, was inaccurate. Well, that means we're still a long way from it, still a very tricky position.
Maybe he needs to play a move like a2 to a3 and just...
When?
Just there. Is there any direct threats? Maybe just keep the pawn. a3 looks better probably.
Okay.
Is there...
Take on b3.
I'll just take on b3, okay. Okay, that looks good.
Well, I don't know. How is this here? It's very tactical, actually, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
So if
Could be a mating attack as
Oh,
well.
I can't
Rook e4
check.
maybe.
Rook e4. I come here.
Just try and, that because rook e4, we've got mating ideas. Now the king is cut off. Maybe rook c2. Then rook d5 check, so we can't do that. But maybe rook d4 perhaps. Rook
Yeah, I was going to
d4.
say, let's keep hitting the bishop because
Let's
it's.
see where it goes. Bishop e5. Maybe bishop e5 is a good square.
Here.
Oh.
Oh, my brain is exploding. My goodness.
It's looking very difficult. My feeling is that black's going to win this game now somehow.
Which would mean if Hare Krishna wins, I don't know if we can have a quick look at the standings again, just to remind ourselves where we are at the moment. So Yifan is leading with 5.5 points. But if Hare Krishna wins, then he will also be on 5.5. Now, quick look at the last round pairings. We have Hare Krishna with white against Beko. Not an easy one, but he does have white. And Hou Yifan has white against Nico Georgiadis, who is playing a superb tournament. However, if she is going to play for a win, then clearly, she could target Nico.
Yeah, of course. I imagine. Well, they'll just play chess. It's 11 o'clock in the morning, so it's a bit out of their routine.
Yeah.
Some players are better earlier than other players.
I've noticed that Yifan likes to go to breakfast early.
Yeah, you've spotted her there.
You see her down there at 8 o'clock in the morning, so she's kind of used to getting up.
Yeah, Nico's a student, university.
Yeah.
But still, he's young. We'll see. I mean, we don't know. I mean, Alexander's obviously worried about the morning kickoff.
Yeah.
But still, 11 o'clock is reasonably civilised. I mean, I just played in the Swiss Championship where the last round was at 9 a.m.
9 a.m.
So that's quite shocking, yeah.
Yeah.
But 11 is sort of okay, I think, for most players.
Well, we'll see. Should we take a short break? And because I think this game is going to go on quite a long time. So we'll be back in, let's say, 10 minutes or so to see 10 or 15 minutes, 15, we'll call it 15, and see how much progress has been made, and give you an update. It is a very important game because Hare Krishna needs to win to catch up Hou Yifan. So see you in about 15 minutes probably. Welcome back to our coverage of the penultimate round of the Biel Grandmaster tournament. And there is just one game going. We have Ruslan Ponomariov with white against Hari Krishna. And that is the position on the board. And Joe, what's your assessment? What's your feeling?
I think that Black is going to win this game. I mean, he's no longer got any positional comp. It's just an exchange up. I mean, there are positions which, you know, might be difficult to win, or maybe some positions that are a draw, but I feel that Black is probably winning now. I think maybe Ruslan missed a chance, but it was very complicated. I'm not 100% sure it was a chance, but this looks lost in the long run, while there was a key line which you know, might have just been a draw.
We should just say it's level pawns now, where it's...
Yeah, he's just lost his pawn on A2. He could have taken the pawn on A5, but he declined to do so.
Let's go back and have a look at that. So we left the position around about here.
Yeah, we saw this plan with King E4 was quite strong, and now we were looking at A3, A4, and Rook takes A5. But he actually played a fourth move, Rook C7, which is a strange choice, really.
Okay, let's have a look at this move, Rook A5, because you think this is the critical line.
Rook A5, and then we were looking at Rook C8 check. King to B4 only move.
Yeah, because if check, then...
Yeah, we saw that, yeah. So King B4, now King takes knight, Rook takes bishop check, King E4 attacking the two pieces, and now we're forced to play Rook G5, a saving move. And now Rook takes Rook, Bishop takes Rook, and H3. And we saw this position earlier, we thought maybe White was winning because the bishop couldn't stay on the diagonal.
Black was winning.
Pawn. Black was winning because of Rook G8, but it seems that White's pawns are fast enough to give him good drawing chances in this position. So White should now just play A4, and after Rook G2, A5. And now if Rook takes pawn, Bishop gets on the diagonal finally, and say Rook G2. Now the Bishop moves to B8, and after H2. Bishop takes pawn, Rook takes, and now maybe King B5 or A6. King B5 is drawing. There's a drawn position.
Right.
Because you can't check on the B file as well. It's quite important. King D5, we just play A6. And if King D6, King B6, always. It's quite a well-known position without the B pawn. The B pawn saves the tempo because he can't check directly. So probably just A6 here, it's just a draw. And now King B6.
Yes, this is actually a well-known position, isn't it?
It is a well-known position.
I play here.
Now we just play.
Well, this is quite important.
Yeah, it's important, but I mean, this is...
Because this one, I think, loses.
You sure?
To this.
And King A6.
And then here.
And now we get a knight check.
And then I play here.
And then we go King A7.
And
now you've got to find the move. Check. Or here, just wait. Yeah, this is well known that we can't get so
that wins. However, in this position, after Rook B2, the important move is
King B7, and we go to C8 with the king.
And this one.
That's the well-known draw.
And that's a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is a different situation because now here, and that's a draw.
Anyway, it's quite far. You can also try, instead of taking the pawn immediately on move after here, there were other moves playable. But
A3 and A4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Rook takes A5. I was looking at it for a little bit and couldn't find a direct win for.
That's an amazing.
It's a key variation.
Yeah.
It's not surprising that Ponomariov thought he was losing this position. He probably got as far as here and saw this Rook G8.
We abandoned it here, didn't we?
This is where we gave up earlier, but after a closer look, it seems it might. I'm not sure yet. I didn't reach a conclusion, but I mean, there was also Rook G2, A5, King F3 was interesting to try and stop the bishop getting on the diagonal, and then bishop to D8, Rook takes pawn, Rook, bishop C7. Rook c2, bishop b8, rook c8, bishop. I suppose a bishop d6. And somehow he can't, the diagonal is long enough. And then, you know, it's just in time.
But and if the king comes back?
Well, if the king comes back, then
because I want to try and stop these pawns and then win the bishop.
Maybe king b5 is a good move.
Yeah.
Similar. Now we just move the bishop. Let's go all the way back to h2.
Well, yeah, okay. I'll say bishop f4 actually.
Okay.
Now, let me keep hitting it.
And then we just keep moving it.
Down here probably. Yeah. Can't budge it, can I? Oh, hang on.
I don't even mind if we lose a tempo. We can just go back to h2. Let's go directly. Let's give you that tempo.
Right.
And then we'll play bishop c7.
Yeah.
And then we have the same position. We just looked at more or less. We just take it now and then play a6. I think that's what we just saw.
Is this one different? Or is it the same? King d6, king b6.
That's what
king,
we had on the board.
Yeah, we had that on the board.
That's what we had on the board.
And instead, rook b2, b4 anyway, doesn't it?
a7 is also good enough.
a7, yeah.
Because then, in fact, after rook takes b3, king a4, we're winning.
Queen with check. Beautiful. So that's a draw.
Looks like that was the best chance, but it, you know,
but
it's a
now
difficult decision to make.
Oh,
terribly difficult. I mean, you know, maybe he thinks he's got drawing chances here, but this looks like.
Let's go on a couple of moves. We've got rook. So it went rook h7 and now king d5.
So his king is actually, has he got some ideas of rook c8? Is he actually...
Ah, is he going to play here? Very dangerous, yeah. Suddenly the white king is in trouble. So for example here, check. It's mate, sort of. I better come back. Wow. Can take this one now.
He's probably going to have to, he's going to put his rook in the way, isn't he? He could have gone, he just played...
So hang on, he's played bishop c7 here. Just to avoid that stuff, but that looks nasty, doesn't it? Oh, there's knight f4 check. Tricky. So rook c8, I've got knight f4. And we take the bishop. Okay, we won't do that then. I need to sit back and have a slurp of tea.
Okay.
It's the only way I'm going to get through this.
Okay. Well, he could start with bishop f5 as an option. The idea of rook e3. And maybe just exchanging.
Rook h5, let's try that.
Okay. If I play a move like king to c6.
So the trades are starting. So here, and this one is...
This position must be winning. You have some doubts still?
No, not really. I can see sort of lots of irritation that white can cause, or a bit of irritation, but it must be lost, I'm sure.
Yeah.
'Cause this one is secure. This one is looking good. Knight.
But maybe black can do better, or you know, this variation's still quite far.
Yeah, well, so far that's the position, and bishop f5 causes an immediate problem.
Yeah. And if I mean,
if he doesn't do that, what does he do?
Well, otherwise, well, I suppose he could play rook f7.
Okay.
Sorry, is this the rook is on h7 attacking? So we're assuming that is the pawn still on h4? Yeah. So we're assuming a rook h4 is losing. Maybe we were a bit quick.
We probably were a bit quick.
I mean, yeah. Now, king c6, and maybe he's hanging on here. a4. a4 is a good move.
So here.
Maybe.
Yeah. Ooh.
a4. Has he got a move to escape?
But it's just turning into just pure tactics now.
Maybe we need to go back a bit and
Probably
think
do.
again on the his play. Yeah.
Someone online is saying that Mr. King, the British Championship is missing your expertise. I don't think they are really. I think there's plenty of good players and good commentators there.
I'm sure there are. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
didn't fancy playing this year, Joe?
I haven't played for years. I mean, I've been playing the Swiss Championship rather than the British. I think someone accused me of. I think Nigel had a go at me once when I was playing both, so I just stuck to the Swiss Championship for the last 12, 13 years or so.
Fair
Seems
enough.
Easier. Also, Biel often clashed with the British Championship.
Well, he's played bishop f5.
Okay.
So that's the position on the board. Bishop c7, bishop f5. So we need to take a very close look at this move,
So
rook h4.
There's also rook c8 as well. Another
Ah,
option.
yes.
But then there's rook c4 ideas, but
Let's just see that. So rook c8, rook c4.
quite liking the move a4 again.
In this position.
And then allows knight b4 check. Sorry, in this position the knight's not pinned.
Slight drawback.
But he could
Yeah, but we'll hang on. Let's just
This
check
is the
that.
sort of position that. Well, we could still look at the other one. Maybe that was.
Let's look at the other one.
It's gone. Just these are the two sort of obvious options.
Rook e3, very forcing now, threatening to win a piece.
d4 check looks like the only move.
Don't see anything else.
No.
Because it's actually mate.
It's actually mate. Okay.
Yeah, so let's just check it. Okay, looks forced.
Now.
Looks sensible. Ah, but then... No, that won't help.
Well, he doesn't have to attack the bishop because it's not really gaining anything. Because king e6, he has to choose the best square for the king. I'm not sure.
Well, okay, let's go with this one
So
anyway.
then what do we look at? Bishop f4?
We looked at bishop g3.
Oh, bishop f4 makes more sense, doesn't
Okay,
it?
we'll try this.
So rook f3, I suppose. Just and now black. White's completely tied down. And the threat is to play a4. Probably. Or maybe he can.
Just want to point this one out. King c4, trying to get out the pins.
Yeah.
But
Very
unfortunately, runs into that one.
Yes.
We like a checkmate.
Yeah. This is quite an entertaining position.
So, if we put the bishop out, let's check your a4 idea. So,
there's another idea, of course, is to play rook e2 and rook e3 if he can. In this position, rook e2 seems to win immediately.
Does it?
Just threatening rook e3.
No way out.
And no way out. That seems simpler.
I get worried when people say simpler. Suddenly I look for all kinds of nonsense, like, I don't know, is that any good?
And then I play king b7.
King b7 and no more checks.
Check on d7.
Ah, but is my king running now? No, I'm heading for the hills.
The rook c2 check wins.
Rook c2 check is still...
When we take the knight.
It's almost checkmate again.
Yeah. Well, we're rook up.
Rook up. We'll take that. Wow. We've got some more moves. It has indeed gone rook e3. Sorry, it went bishop f5, rook h4, rook e3, check. That's on the board.
Oh, okay. Well,
this could be coming to pass.
Okay. Well, he has a choice now. I think king c6, king e6 might be just as good.
Bit more forcing.
Well,
You think king e6?
king c6 is good actually because it means that after king c4 it's checkmate with rook
Yeah.
c2. So king c6 looks like the best square. And now bishop f4.
Let's just check that again here. No,
Now he has to defend. He's losing a piece immediately.
no
now.
tricks. Yeah. So let's try this again. Bishop g3, and now you were thinking.
Well, we looked at bishop f4, rook f3, bishop. We could look at the move a4, as we said.
Yeah. Well, yes, we can't get the.
a4. We might be able to just exchange off everything and play a3 now. We're threatening just to win like that. So I think that's it as well, isn't it? With rook c4, we just move our king a few times.
So let's just show what the problem is. After takes, then we have a check, and we win here, or indeed
Just take first.
take
Be
first.
Cleaner.
Much cleaner. We like clean. Well, I hesitate to say it, but it does look winning.
Yeah. I don't see it.
Hari Krishna's just having a think here. He should take his time. He's got 18 minutes left to get to move 60. So he's played king c6. Yeah. So that one's on the board. Well, looking at the body language,
Yeah.
I see Ruslan sort of crumpled like a sock. And I see Hari Krishna kind of bolt upright. Yeah. Looking like he's enjoying this position. But he's coming into his own, isn't he? He's motoring set in the second half of the tournament.
Yeah. Yeah.
Playing really,
Yeah,
really
you had
well.
a feeling he was going to play well. Also, after his game, it was a very complicated game he held against Morovich and another game
Against Georgiadis.
yeah. Yes, his game against
That's right. They were really tough, but he calculated and defended brilliantly.
Yeah.
I was looking at his games from the Geneva Grand Prix, and he defeated Aronian with black.
Okay.
A really nice game, which for me that says a lot.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, he was at I think he was at 27.60 last year. He went up quite quickly.
Yeah.
And he's probably going to be back there soon.
He's a very, very classy player.
Still going to have to work quite hard to be number one in India.
That's another question.
Eventually, he'll probably get the ages on his side.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Vichy's last. Vichy wasn't too happy at in the Grand Chess Tour Rapid and Blitz in Paris and Leuven. Let's see how Vichy gets on in.
I first met Hari Krishna in Sangli, a tournament I went to play in India in 1999. I took the train from Mumbai for 15 hours and ended in this place called Sangli, which they called a village, but it had over 1 million people. And in round 2, I was black against this young boy called Hari Krishna, and he proceeded to defeat me using 20 minutes on the clock. I was already a 25-50 Grandmaster, and he was rated 23.65. But a year later, he was in the Olympiad team.
Okay.
So he was on the way up. I felt I was playing a little Vichy at the time, and so he's come good.
Yeah. No, he's a very classy player. And he's living in Belgrade at the moment. That probably makes it a bit easier for him, being based in Europe, because there are so many tournaments here. Yeah.
So
We can't see any
Ponomariov.
moves.
Nor can Ponomariov by the look of things.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to resign. He's about to resign.
Do you think so?
Yeah, he's looking around. He's at his own. He was looking for his opponent.
There he is. He's doing the old.
There we are. It looks.
Do you
well,
think-
maybe not. Maybe it's. There's no point bluffing, is there? It looks like.
He's definitely not bluffing. I think he's just trying to come to terms with.
Well, here he comes. Hare
Yes.
Krishna. Was he going to resign? He's
I don't think he's
twiddling
going to
the piece.
resign. I think he's going to play another move. In fact, Pono is notorious for being a bitter ender.
Well, he's a late resigner, is he?
He's a very late resigner.
Probably someone stalemated him once when he was a kid.
Yeah.
Like,
That's what happened with Tony Costin.
yeah.
Tony, our friend and colleague from England, used to always play to the bitter end.
That's because he played at Lloyd's Bank one year against international master Iskov, I think.
Iskov from Denmark, yeah.
And he stalemated him like a queen up. So for the next 5 years, Tony never resigned.
Yeah.
Which is ridiculous.
Well, he was encouraged. He got some
Yeah,
encouragement,
I
and
know.
why not?
But still, half a point for 5 years of punishment. I think I'd rather just, move on.
Tony got what he deserved. He got his draw.
So maybe I was a bit premature in saying he was going to resign.
No, I don't think he's going to
As
resign.
well. He came back to the board.
Got a vibe.
Maybe he's watching as well. Has he got a screen back there? Or
I don't
maybe
know,
not?
actually.
Maybe not, probably not.
Don't think so.
No.
They do a Spassky, just sit there and analyse it on the screen,
Oh yeah.
And then-
Spassky Korchnoi match.
Yeah.
Famous.
and leap onto the stage, play a move, and disappear again.
So, are we going to try and save it for white once more?
What did I do last time? Bishop G3.
If
And
bishop f4, we said rook f3, didn't we? And then if the bishop, then we're threatening bishop takes knight after. and then
Yeah,
just
I
rook
still,
e2.
I want to. I think A4 is actually very clean.
Yeah,
I
but
think I prefer it to rook E2.
You prefer it to rook e2?
I think this is just game over.
Well, they're both game over.
Yeah. And he's getting done over any way you like. Are we going to call this one, or are we going to wait for Pono to... He's still got 23 minutes to get to the time control, but we think it's over. I'm sure it's over. I see nothing. Okay, let's just see this again. Here. Here. Check. Okay, can't come up the board because I've got to watch this. So if I play here. Okay, let's see what happens if I sort of force the issue. If I play here.
So we just take on d3.
Take on d3. Here. Here.
And now we have to choose. Looks a3 as the first reaction. Are you worried about bishop d6?
No, then... Oh, yes.
You can also play rook a3.
Which way? Oh, yeah, but that isn't... We're reaching some technical draw.
So if we play... Is it not as clear as what we thought? Or?
So what do you want to
First,
do?
a3 is the obvious move.
Okay, so I play...
Bishop
Okay,
d6.
King here, then the rook comes across. Yeah, bishop d6.
So might as well start with king c6, I suppose. Or just rook b2. Oh, that's a good move. And now king c3.
King c3. Not so good. So rook here.
And then king c2. a2, king b2, rook d1. So let's go back. Let's see if we can.
So here. Check. Here. A3. What did we do? Rook A1.
Rook A1. I suppose. So if he plays bishop E5, that's not going to help, is it? You can't get back now. Just move the rook somewhere. Okay, that doesn't help.
Well, we think it's winning. Maybe we can have a look at the tournament standings, assuming that Hare Krishna will win this. If Hare wins this, then he will be equal first with Hou Yifan on 5.5 points, and then Beko, Georgiadis, Morovich on 5, so still very, very tight at the top. Yifan plays...
She plays against Nico.
White against Georgiadis.
Hare Krishna White also against Etienne Beko. So they'll both be going for the win, if I imagine, trying to win the tournament. And Morovich will have his work cut out with black against Leko, as we heard. Navara will probably try and salvage his tournament slightly. And, well, Studer against Ponomariov. Yeah, it could be for half the tournament. Could still win the tournament. Half the players could still win the tournament going into the last round.
Yeah, that's incredible. Okay, we have one more move. We have Bishop G3 on the board. No, not that position. That position. Bishop G3. And we're thinking A4.
I'm also thinking, can we just wait one move to see, like rook E3 to F3? I just want to play rook E2 and rook E3.
Okay.
I mean that
you want to be
seems
really cruel.
Oh, that just seems to me to. I don't see. I suppose black could play a check on D6 and then go back to D4. Could he try something like that?
How does that help if I do this?
Because now we can play King C4.
Ah, yeah, but we had this before, didn't we? Check.
Oh yeah, was that?
We win the knight.
Oh, it still wins tonight. Still no defence.
Well, Hare has played A4.
Okay. So he's following.
He must.
A4 is a nice move.
It's a visual move.
Yeah.
It's a very neat move. So that is on the board, and we think things are going to come to a conclusion.
D6 check, only move more or less.
Whoops, I beg your pardon. I hit the wrong button.
No more checks. With D5 he can also, he can also move the bishop, can't he?
I don't know which is more forcing, whether to play this or rook D5 or rook D4.
So rook D6, king B7 has happened.
So that's on the board, yeah. And he's come back to D5.
Okay, so now it's just pure calculation.
Okay, that's the position on the board. So it's gone check here and rook D5, yeah.
So bishop E4 is also an option.
Is that an option as well? Bishop E6, I don't know.
But we just think rook takes knight.
We think this is
rook
winning.
Rook is winning, but you'd have to just make sure before you went into this. So
there's also, well, let's just look at this one. So here, and I think this is problematic, isn't it?
Because now he plays king b1 next move and wins the pawn. So that would not be a good idea.
But we could, if we're not satisfied with a3, we could play this.
Yeah, is that winning? Sometimes the pawn is too far advanced on a4. Maybe though, okay, let's not get into this one. This is, maybe it's winning, but I think the problem is the king can't get in. He has to move the rook back to get the king in. The black king, that is, to a3, a2. Well, okay. I think A3, we need to look at A2, A3, and just, if that's winning. Look, he's sitting back, staring at the ceiling, trying to, as if.
Well, we can't see defence. We think it's gone. We think that one is just a clear win. So should we wrap things up? I think basically Hare Krishna is just making absolutely sure, because he does have a choice there, but I think we can safely wrap things up and say that he's going to win that. We said that yesterday about, yeah, Vaganian was definitely going to make a draw, and then of course.
Well, not quite. We weren't sure. Yeah. We said Vaganian had equalised.
Okay, of course, we never said a draw. Good. So we think he's going to win, and do join us tomorrow for a very exciting last round, which takes place at 11 a.m., 11 o'clock in the morning. So 3 hours earlier than normal, 11 o'clock in the morning, and we will be there bright and early. For what promises to be a very entertaining last round. So thanks everyone for watching, and do join us tomorrow.